point to me. But you will see the Howard Hanna advantage. And I don't know how many of you know the history of Howard Hanna. One thing to remember, and this will probably be one of the most valuable pieces of information that you can share with clients and customers going forward, is that Howard Hanna is the largest family-owned real estate company in the country. That's a pretty powerful message. It's still privately held. It's still run by a family. When we can all be live again, you will meet all of the Hannas, or a lot of them who are all involved in the business. I think that's a very important piece of information to always convey to the general public, that this is a family-owned company, and yet it is the largest privately held real estate company in the country. So you've got the best of both worlds. You've got a family running this company, and it just happens to be a very large company with very deep pockets. So for this PowerPoint, the objectives are, we're going to just go over briefly the history of the company, exclusive programs, the partnerships, and differentiators that make Howard Hanna different from every other real estate company that's out there. And today we really will focus on how the Hanna family of companies is really one-stop shopping. So the company was founded in 1957 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Howard Hanna Jr. is still living. He's in his 100th year. His wife Annie passed away many decades ago, but it was the two of them who started the company. Their three children now are deeply involved in the company. Their three children are on either side of the age of 70. I'll put it that way. And now the third generation is also actively involved in the company. So it really truly is a family affair. All of these kids were made to get their license when they turned 18. They all went to college, they came back, and quite a few of them are now working in the company. So that's Bop Bop. And like I said, he's 100, going strong. And it was he and his wife who started this whole thing out of a need in their local marketplace, and it has just grown and grown and grown over the years. Helen Hanna Casey is Howard Jr.'s daughter. If you Google Helen Hanna Casey, you will find all sorts of information about Helen. She is a rock star. Any blog that you can find of her, any of her speeches, she's a hoot and a half. If anybody is in the Howard Hanna email system, you've probably seen Helen's Monday Morning Minutes. She does write those herself every week. She just finished up a Helen's Whim, where she gave away prizes. She loves shoes, she loves purses, you know, anything in the kitchen. She's a crazy woman. She's one of the most knowledgeable real estate people I know of, and Google her and find out a little bit more about Helen. She loves to come to New York, loves the capital region, loves Saratoga. The family didn't even know that Saratoga Springs existed until they purchased the company that we now are. So it's fun to have them come to our neighborhoods and get to know these people, because they're realtors first and foremost. This is a picture of the family. And again, you will get to meet every single person who's in this picture once COVID restrictions are lifted. So again, this is Helen with the green dress, third from the right. I'm not going to go through and read all these slides. You guys can do that after the fact. Transforming the real estate experience with visionary people, products, and services. Our our values that are the Howard Hanna values were written by all of us in the company. They did several years ago, they put a survey out and they wanted to know what was the most important things, issues to their agents. And so we all got to participate in creating this. So the values: integrity, pride, enthusiasm, diversity, stability, caring, and growth. And ultimately making a difference in people's lives. People say, what do you do for a living? Don't say, I'm a realtor. You can say, I help people buy and sell homes. That's a great thing to be able to say to anyone who asks you, because everybody ultimately will ask, what do you do for a living? The Hanna family and all of the managers and agents and administrative staff all are very philanthropic. The Hanna family, across every market that they represent, donates, I don't know, billions at this stage of things to children's hospitals across all of their markets. It's definitely their biggest cause. Codes for Kids also is a big one. And in your local marketplace, every branch and region has their own local philanthropic charities that they donate to, whether it's money, time, a lot of food banks. It's something, if you're someone who likes to get involved in things, reach out to your manager and say, where can I help and what causes are we helping in 2021? Again, together we do great things. That's the company mantra. And I think, especially in this day and age, learning teamwork and mutual respect, you can't beat that. I don't care where you're working. And at the end of the day, we are client-centric. Although I do have to say, as an employee of Howard Hanna, I know that the Hanna family and all of the employees of Howard Hanna are really agent-centric. We are all here to help you. Be sure to be client-centric for your clients. And again, there is so much support that you all have behind you that you don't even know about yet, but we're here to help share all that to you. Every year we have awards. We have a convention every other year. It's usually either in Pittsburgh or in Cleveland. They get national speakers to come in. It's a big deal. It's like 2.5 days of jam-packed learning, great speakers, entertainment, cocktail parties, the whole 9 yards. Hannamobiles. Has anybody seen a Hannamobile driving around? Have you been to your branch to maybe see some of the branch parking lots? You may have seen Hannamobiles. A Hannamobile is a green SUV with the Howard Hanna logo on it. Depending on your production, you can qualify for a certain dollar amount that the company gives you to go towards a Hannamobile. So they have a list. You can ask your manager for the list. Every year they come out with a new list. They always have to be SUVs because Howard Hanna Jr., Pop, originally his very first vehicle for the company was a dark green Jeep, like a Willys, like an old Jeep. That Jeep is in the basement of our corporate offices in Pittsburgh. That's how important a Hannamobile is to this company. So now that I have said that, you will now start seeing, driving around the highways, you'll see these Hannamobiles. And some of them are bright green, some are dark green. They all have the Hanna logo on either side of the car and a small one in the back. It's a great way to advertise, and it's a great way to brand yourself to the company. And Income Advantage, we will touch on that a little bit. It's a huge program that's offered by Howard Hanna. You all are 1099 independent contractors, being licensed salespeople, realtors with Howard Hanna. Howard Hanna is the only broker I am aware of that offers basically a draw system. And it's not for brand new people. You have to prove commission income. But there's also retirement planning, tax planning help, disability insurance. You will have someone contacting you from Dergalis, and again, we'll give you a ton of information about that. But there are these programs for 1099 folks in New York State that no other broker offers their agents. So again, you're in a good spot. And one-stop shopping. So Hanna owns a mortgage bank. It actually technically owns 2 mortgage banks. It's Hanna Financial, which is in every state but New York. And then in New York, it's First Priority Mortgage. It's the same thing. It's just 2 different names. Was too much of a pain in the neck to try and get the name changed through the banking department in New York State. There is a title company, although not in New York State. New York State is one of those companies that's an attorney state, not a title state. If anybody has ever bought or sold a home in New York State, you know you need to have an attorney represent you, not a title company. Most attorneys are agents for different title companies. So New York is a little bit different. But we do have Hanna Insurance, which is a full service insurance company. So, you know, you as an agent can take advantage of it. You can offer it to your clients. It's just a very cool thing to, in this day and age, be able to offer one-stop shopping. So you can say to your client, say, hey, yep, I'm with the real estate company. We have a mortgage bank. We have an insurance company. We can connect you with an attorney who can help with title. And it truly can be a one-stop shopping experience, which most people are looking for that. It just makes a transaction that much smoother. Maggie, did you want to jump in and add anything to my monologue here?
So far, so good. You know me, I'll jump in eventually.
Okay. So Secure Advantage was what I had just touched on. And again, these are just, you will be contacted one-on-one directly by a third-party company. They're called Dergalis. But you will be contacted by someone to have a one-on-one meeting. Doesn't cost you anything. It's basically just to make you aware of the different options that you have at your disposal. And it's, you know, totally up to you whether you opt into some, opt out of everything. But again, it's pretty nice to be able to have, as a 1099 self-employed person, to have access to all of this. They have health insurance, which just was approved by the New York State Insurance Department, gosh, maybe a year and a half ago or so, maybe it's going on 2 years now. As soon as that became legal to offer, they were right there with plans. So how cool is that? Otherwise, you know, an independent contractor, where the heck do you go for health insurance?
So and we're going to talk, sorry, we're going to talk more about that at 2:30 today, or somewhere in there.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is just sort of a snapshot of all of the very cool things that are offered, you know, like down to pet insurance. Like, who does that? But I guess people do. Technology is huge with Howard Hanna. I am so not a technology person. Do not get overwhelmed with all that you now have access to. We're going to show you all of it so that you can be aware. You may want to just start and pick and choose maybe 2 things to become an expert on. But it's our job to roll it all out to you so that you can see all that's out there. But please don't get overwhelmed with it. You know, the best of agents don't use it all. So
and Natalie and I are tech people. And you're welcome. It doesn't matter what region you're in. It doesn't even matter what state you're in. If you need help, your education team can help you. Natalie and I are techie, Kate LeSueur out of Ohio. We can help you with questions that you have.
And that was another few drops of lemonade that we made out of lemons with COVID. Maggie and I were regionally separated up until the end of March, sort of cutting the state in two. And COVID, so there's 6 of us all together for the whole company, for trainers. And it's been so great with COVID that we've all had to be online this way, but now we are working collaboratively across the whole company. So if somebody has a better skill set down in Virginia than I do, I'll bring Nita in, and Natalie may teach a tool in Pennsylvania. And so it's been a great benefit to us to be able to sort of spread our wealth and our skill sets across the whole company. But at the end of the day, we are your local folks. And this is just a snapshot of the Go Hannah dashboard, which is the Howard Hanna intranet. So this is internal for anyone who's an agent. I will say, if you don't have a Howard Hanna email yet, and if you don't have your MLS ID yet, you won't have access to this. Once you get a Howard Hanna email, some of this will get unlocked for you. And then once you get your MLS ID reported back to your manager or admin or me or whoever, then everything gets unlocked for you. So don't freak out if you don't have access to this yet. That's sort of the steps that has to happen in order to unlock all these goodies. But the Go Hannah dashboard is where everything is housed. So it's sort of your hub to find anything related to the company. It also gives you one way to access your MLS once you do have access.
Can I just say something before you go on? Can you go back
Absolutely.
one? So can you go back one slide, Jen?
Yep.
Thanks. So up on the top right corner, you're going to see this little window says search. It's enormously helpful, but if you're searching for something, don't be overly specific. So if you're looking for something on engage, just type the word engage. If you type in a word, you're going to get a page that's got like 4 different tabs on it. Look under the documents. Sometimes there's hundreds of things there. There's so much material in there for you that you can use that's going to help you. There's also on this page, there's a suggestion box. So if after you're starting to use tools, if you have suggestions for making something better, if you put it in that suggestion box, they actually read them and they make changes. The one on the right that says what's new with the megaphone, you want to just click on that for a sec?
Is it live? No, it's not live.
No, sorry, I forgot. You're not really live.
Yep.
If you click on that, it'll tell you everything that's been newly added or has been updated or changed. And it's a great way to kind of see that things are going along. If you were able to scroll down, and she's not because it's not live, you will see a Howard Hanna education calendar in the middle and all of the links to any classes. So if you lost a link, but you go there, at least for New York State, anything that, because I put in the New York State calendar for most of it, if I've put it in, it's got a link. And if you can't find it, you can always contact me. So that calendar is on your live dashboard. You would be able to scroll down and see a great big education calendar, and it'll show you across the company what's going on. You can refine it down to a state and an area that way. So that'll help you. But this is, you're going to spend some time every day, hopefully, on your dashboard.
Yeah, and there is a ton of information. You can't break it. So once you do have access, I recommend everybody go in, click all the buttons, to click all the drop downs, see what all is there. There is a ton of information, so don't get overwhelmed.
Tunnel.
Let's see. So this is talking about that online book that we're going to give you access to at the end of today. Again, pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of fabulous information. Don't get overwhelmed by it because it's a ton, but it will be a great resource for you. And these are just a few of the sheets that are in there. And I know everybody, you know, normally in a classroom setting, we would go around and have everybody introduce themselves, you know, say what industry they came from prior. You know, we understand there may be some people on this call who have been licensed for a couple of years. There's people on this call who I know for a fact, you know, have been licensed for about an hour and a half. And that's okay. There is a little something for everybody, and everybody is coming to this at a different level. I know, you know, some people have retired from the state and have a huge time management, organizational skill set that will serve you well. We have other people on the call who may be 18 or 19 years old or just graduated from college. So everybody's tech skill set's going to be different. Everybody's administrative skill set's going to be different. I do suggest that, you know, you maybe reach out to people. This is day one. We will have many, many, many days together where we will start to learn a little bit about each other and, you know, reach out to somebody who you may feel like, hey, you know, I feel like I've got something in common with that person, or I know, I guess that person's in my office. You know, make some connections with the people on this call, because that will certainly help you along your way. But don't get overwhelmed. You know, the worst thing that can happen is that you're at your kitchen table in your pajamas with your phone turned off because you're so freaked out that you're like, oh my God, I don't know where to turn. I don't know where to begin. And that's okay, because we've all been there. So we will help you take really small bites. You know, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's right. So we are going to give you loads and loads of information and tools, and just take little bites as you go. Oh, that's it. Maggie, I'm done.
I know. So I was thinking, I have a question for all of you, and I'd love to have you unmute yourselves to answer. Somebody tell me why they got into real estate.
I'll answer that question really quick if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
My name is Mike Sexton, and I've been doing construction for about 15 years. And honestly, I got into real estate and wanted to do it because, one, it interested me, and plus, I think it'll probably be a little bit easier on my body.
Most days.
On your body, yes.
Yes.
Most days, although you may do a lot of walking and climbing stairs.
I'm all right with that, you know, and honestly, I'm pretty used to multitasking and always, you know, having to be a leader and stuff like that. So I'm kind of interested by the challenge, and I think hopefully I have good luck with it and I succeed very well, and I hope everyone in this room does too. So
well, I'll tell you what, the harder you work, the luckier you get. So who else? Tell me a reason why you got into real estate.
I'll jump in next. My name's Ryan Scroose. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
So the reason I jumped into real estate, like Mike said, I've always kind of been interested in it. I'm actually a police officer right now, and my schedule I have a lot of days off where I could kind of, you know, do something else, and I wanted to try something new. Maybe this, you know, I'll transfer to this and transition to this full time eventually. But we'll see. Yeah, and I'm just kind of looking at something different that I can maybe supplement my current income with, and I'm a big people person. But yeah, I'm really excited to learn, and like you guys kind of mentioned, I'm brand new to all of this, so it's a lot to learn.
Police officers do very well in real estate as a rule.
Great. I'm excited.
Ryan, where in the state are you? Which office are you in?
I'll be out of Syracuse, Manly's, Casanova area. specifically.
Yeah, Mark
Anybody?
Ray, who is your regional, he is a fabulous resource. One of the smartest people I know, and one of the easiest people to work with. So
Great.
he's a great guy. Who else? Let's see. Somebody in the chat said, let's see, Lacey said, my microphone doesn't work, but I'm going in for a better schedule. I have to tell you a funny story. We have a manager in Delmar who, her kids are grown and married now, but she got into real estate, 25 years ago. And she always tells the story. She said, before I got into real estate, my kids said, Mom, what's for dinner? And she said, I got into real estate. And then my kids started saying, Mom, are we having dinner? And that is a little true. And I know a lot of people are like, I love houses, I love people. And that's why I got into real estate. I think that those are very admirable qualities. I'll tell you who does the best at real estate are those folks who are uber organized and those who are willing to work a system. And by a system, I mean having a calendar, living and dying by your calendar, answering your phone, returning phone calls. I mean, it seems like such a simple little thing, but you will find the biggest complaint of clients and customers out there is that my realtor never calls me back. I can't get anybody to call me back. And it's, you are in business, so you need to call people back, return phone calls. If somebody calls you up and asks you a question, say, I don't know, but I'm going to find out the answer. I'll call you back in 20 minutes. Well, 20 minutes goes by and you don't have the answer. What are you going to do? You're going to call them back and say, I still don't have the answer. It may not be until tomorrow at 8, but I told you I would call you back in 20 minutes. I'm a person of my word. Seems like a crazy simple thing. And sadly, a lot of people do not subscribe to that. So who else?
I'll go.
Go ahead, Max.
One of the things that really got me into it is, for one, I really enjoy how, well, for one, like everyone says, the freedom and the relatively flexible schedule. Because me right now, I'm a college athlete, so I figured this would be a great thing to learn, especially while I'm in college, and maybe start building up some income and wealth while I'm in school. Too, like everyone else said, I love people. I've always been interested in real estate, and also I was hoping to get into investing down the road, and I heard this is a great place to start. So
It is.
Great. Max, just out of idle curiosity, what sport do you play?
I'm a baseball player at St. Rose.
Oh, excellent.
So how many of you think of yourselves as great problem solvers? Great, because this is a problem solving business. This is what you do 90% of the time. You are solving problems. You are a resource, not the source. And you're going to hear that 100 times before we're done with Fast Start and then any class you're in. You are a resource, not the source. So you need to put a great team of people around you, and it starts today. So look at all the faces, look at all the names. It doesn't matter where they are in the state. Look around your office, get to know people. If your office isn't meeting in person, Zoom with people. Say, who's in my office? Call them up on a Zoom call. Say, hey, Jens, this is Maggie Knapp. I'm a new agent in your office. I hear you've been at this for 10 years. Is there any words of wisdom that you have for me? Is there anything that I can help you with? I'd be happy to help with an open house. What can you help with? How can you get involved? If you're a person who shows up, then you're a person who will get business from some of the people you work with, which can be really great. One of the other things you need to do is dress for success. Jen, you want to talk about that? I know this is one of your...
Yeah, and I know that there's that expression out there that says fake it till you make it. And I can sort of subscribe to that in a way, but I think that we all need to look the part of a professional. And I know, like in the capital region, a lot of our offices are still pretty formal. Men wear suits and ties. I mean, in the summertime, I wear a dress all the time just because it's easy. They don't wear jeans unless you're going out and showing a piece of land, or you're walking a new home site. Check with your manager, because I know that in the southern tier, it's a lot more relaxed. So just, I think that and especially being new in the business, you need to look professional. I know most of you were feeling like, I don't even know if I'm coming or going with this whole real estate thing. Well, guess what? Y'all passed the exam. You are a licensed entity in the eyes of New York State. You know more than you think you do right now. So yeah, the whole dress for success thing, it's a real thing. And in your head, it will tell you, I'm a professional. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. You need to say that to yourself every morning when you wake up. I'm a business owner and I am professional. One of the ways that can help you be most professional is to dress the part. And I'm not saying, you need to go out and drop a ton of money on fancy clothes. Not at all. I'm all about free, free, free. The very first Fast Start class I did, a gentleman came up to me, because it's something that I feel is pretty important. And he said to me, I don't have any dress clothes. All I have are jeans and t-shirts. And I said, all right, there's lots of ways to skin a cat. There's lots of consignment shops. I know the Salvation Army has great retail stores. Check them out and see what you can do. So the next day and every subsequent day, he came in khakis and a different Hawaiian shirt. And you know what? He wasn't into, my whole big thing was, you can't wear jeans, you can't wear sneakers to class. On the last day of class, and we had even talked about like facial hair. He had a mustache and a beard. And I'm like, that's total self-expression. Tattoos, piercings, whatever, that's totally up to you. On the last day for graduation, he came in a white shirt, a red tie, and a charcoal 3-piece suit that he had bought at the Salvation Army store. It fit him impeccably. I mean, I'm like, I almost didn't recognize him. And he said, I feel the part. That was, I don't know, probably about 6 or 7 years ago. He is a commercial agent now with Hannah Commercial. I stay in very close touch with him because he is my poster child for fake it till you make it and dress the part. So I think it's something to think about. And I know that check with your manager, because I know it's different in every single branch, and your manager may come to work every day in jeans. And if that's okay by them, you get to make your own call. I know, depending on the client who you're working with, if you're working with an investor, they could care less if you're in a clown suit, as long as you do right by them and are a good business person with them. Some people argue to say, well, I don't want to get too dressed up because my clientele is all very rural, farmers, and I don't want to intimidate them. Okay, I get that. I totally get that. I've also had people say to me, do I need to now go out and buy an SUV, or do I need a 4-door sedan? Absolutely not. Because most often you're not going to have people in your car. So everybody needs a car that's in good working order. Make sure it's clean. This is a 24/7 gig. You are a licensed entity in the eyes of the state, which means you're a licensed entity in the universe. And you'll hear me say over and over and over again in the next coming weeks, you can never separate yourself from your license. So, cautionary tale, start thinking, what kind of bumper stickers do I have on my car? And I know we are all super opinionated about a lot of things because a lot of us are type A personalities, and that's so great. However, you are also a business owner and a licensed entity in the state. So even just from your business, think about it. If you've got a bumper sticker on your car, and I always joke, I said, if you have a New England Patriots bumper sticker on your car, I will refuse to do business with you because I can't stand the New England Patriots. So that just goes to show that if you have an opinion about something, you are going to alienate the other half of the universe that feels opposite what you feel. So again, just keep that in mind. I mean, we're all on social media, for better and for worse. Remember, it can never go away. If you are all new, if you're all newly out of college, go back on your social media accounts and see what was posted, see what you might want to hide. You can never make anything go away once it has been put out there. So really think once, twice, 3 times before you post anything with an opinion.
Yeah,
Oh,
can I jump in there for a sec?
Absolutely.
I just went through my CE training, and I was just
That's
doing fair
continuing
housing.
ed.
Sorry, thank you. And I was just doing fair housing and ethics again, because that's part of your ongoing continuing education. Fair housing has changed dramatically. So and to the point that you are held to a higher standard with regards to fair housing than you ever have been ever in the past. So make sure anything that you're posting on your social sites, personal or otherwise, and it doesn't have anything to do with work. It doesn't matter if it's out there. You as a professional licensed person are held to a higher standard. Let that sink in. You are held to a higher standard. So make sure your language is neutral and positive. If your mother, remember that book, I learned everything I needed to know by the time I was in kindergarten, where your mother said, if you can't say something nice, what? Say nothing at all. It's really true in real estate. If you have really strong opinions, find a way to advocate for those opinions in a correct way. People going out and mouthing off on social media is not necessarily a really good use of their time or anyone else's. I don't know about you, but last week I thought, that's it for me. I'm done. I can't take it anymore. It was a really tough week. Didn't matter which side of the fence you were on. Last week was a tough week for America. Be careful what you're saying and how you're saying it. Try to stay positive and neutral. And it's just be in your personal life, be positive and neutral as much as possible.
Absolutely. And, we all have lives outside of real estate. We all have interests, and that's important. We all need to be 3-dimensional people, not just 2-dimensional social media people. And we will dive way deeper into all of this. One thing that doesn't get covered in any of these classes that I just want to put out there, since you all are sole business owners working under the umbrella of Howard Hanna, I just want to make sure that everybody understands how they get paid. And I'm always amazed when I ask a group of people in a classroom setting, I said, does everybody understand how they get paid? Usually half of the room does and half of the room doesn't. And, a lot of times it's like, well, I joined the company because my best friend is here, or I got on this team, is anybody on teams, on a team at all? Okay. Some people on teams. Okay. It's super important that everybody knows how they get paid. And so have a conversation with your manager and with your team leader, because how it goes is we've got, in Eastern New York, we've got Al Peachy, his license oversees all of ours. Then you've got your branch manager. And then you've got your team leader, and then you. And if you don't have the team leader, take them out of the equation. But that's sort of the hierarchy of the world. So if you haven't had a conversation with your manager about how you get paid, have one, so that you're not surprised when you get your first commission check and say, well, where the heck is the rest of it? And the only reason why I say that is because I've heard it happen. I've heard crazy stories of people like, well, I charge 7%, so I get 7%. I'm like, no, you don't. It's all these tools and goodies cost money. A lot of brokers tell you, fill out this form and give us your credit card because we're going to start charging it the day that you sign on, whether you're doing business or not. We are not that. We are a traditional broker who basically invests in y'all up front and hope that you all succeed. But you need to know, go back to your manager and say, I'm the list, let's, pretend I'm the listing agent on a $100,000 house. Can you show me what my commission check is going to be after the closing? And if you haven't had that conversation yet with your manager, please do, because you are the proprietor of your own business. And some managers are great about having that conversation with you, but I know a lot of them aren't. I think they just assume that you know. So make a point of having that conversation, and have it with your team leader also, and say, what are the benefits of being on a team versus being on my own? And there's all sorts of benefits. And I know some teams, teams are really big in some areas and not in others. And there's no right or wrong answer at all. But I just think it's really important that everybody knows how they get paid as being a business owner. So does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
good. I think Mike McKenzie may be on the phone with Maggie. Is he jumping
Yeah,
in?
he said he didn't have the link, but I sent it to him last week. I'm sending it now. Be right back.
Oh, okay, all right. So yeah, Ashley said she's on a team and she loves it. And you know what, that's great. And again, why are you on a team? I mean, and every team is going to be different. Some teams give you training and support and share leads. Other teams are like, nope, you can have the name recognition of my team, but you still have to generate all your own business. Some of the team leaders are like, hey, I'll take you under my team and you get paid a percentage of my split. And, sometimes I'm a dollars and cents girl. I want to know where every penny is coming from and how much of that goes into my pocket. And I think that that's a really important first step for all of you being brand new in the business. You need to know how you get paid. And do you get paid different if it's a listing or if it's a buyer? Do you get paid differently if you generate the lead or if somebody gives you a lead? Just different questions to ask. And your manager is really the best resource for that. Has everybody met their manager yet? Has everybody been to their branches? And if you haven't, please do go in there, have a face-to-face with them. I would say even with COVID, most all of our branches are open for business. Certainly you can social distance, masks, the whole 9 yards, but get into your branch, introduce yourself to the admin. Most every branch has a full-time admin or two. Make sure they know who you are, because your license is going to appear on their desk and they're going to be like, who is this person? I've never heard this person before. Make a point of going in, and I would say pre-COVID, I would tell people go into your office every day. I don't know how comfortable people are doing that, but that's absolutely positively the best way to jump in with both feet. I'll tell a quick story about a guy who was in my class. He was a Rhodes Scholar, like a real true Rhodes Scholar. The guy was brilliant. Unfortunately, he couldn't like find his way out of a paper bag when it came to real estate because he felt he had to be perfect at everything he did before he went out and did it. And this is, he has since gotten out of the business. So we do not have to be Rhodes Scholars or surgeons to be great at this job. You need to be okay with feeling super uncomfortable. And that's how you know you're growing and learning. And, you know, if anything keeps us upright of the dirt, it is, you know, putting both feet on the ground and continuing to learn and grow. You will become very uncomfortable often, and that's okay. Work through it. Don't not do something because you feel like you're not an expert at it yet. The only way to get to be an expert is to just close your eyes and jump. Not literally, but you know, figuratively. Don't wait to master something. Just get out there and do it, because I guarantee you, you know, the state gives salesperson licenses to people all over the place who have no business being in this industry, and you will know who they are pretty darn quick. So, you know, establish your reputation early as somebody who, this is going to sound crazy, says please and thank you, answers their phone, returns phone calls and emails promptly. 3 little things that will differentiate you from the masses that are out there. Sadly, but it's true. Maggie?
Mike's here.
Oh,
And so Mike McKenzie is our rep from HSA. Jen, if you could stop sharing so Mike can share his screen.
Oh, I thought I did. I did stop sharing.
Oh, did you? Okay, so I still have it up on my screen from before then. So Mike, you can share whenever you need to. And we're gonna jump into the
There it
HSA home
is.
warranty, and Mike's gonna tell you what it is. He's one of our favorite people.
But
We
don't
love
lie.
Mike.
Come on, it's New
True.
Year. Don't be lying to these people. Come on. You just told them to be good.
He's such a bum. Well, just watch out for him. No, he really is one of our favorite people.
Well, I will get the check in the mail to you soon, Maggie. So thank you for saying that. Can everybody see this? Everybody see it?
Yes, thanks, Mike.
You're very welcome. I couldn't find the link, so I would have been on a little sooner. Like I was scrambling. Where's the link? It's Monday. Can you tell? So anyway.
Sorry, I thought I sent it to you. I apologize.
You know, it could be these computers are like, you know, who knows? It's probably on my computer somewhere. I just couldn't find it. So, but thank you for sending it so quick, Maggie. I appreciate it. Oh, hi everybody. I am Mike from HSA Home Warranty. It says it right there on the screen. So that's me. Happy New Year to those of you out there. I know I have not met any of you, so that's the sad part, is that I love doing this in person because I get to see people's faces, their reactions, get to answer questions one-on-one. So this has been the best alternative, but I like being in there. Plus, when I go to Clifton Park, I buy lunch, and I know that Jen's probably missing the doghouse, all the dogs from the doghouse. But anyway, thank you all for being on here. Thanks for having me. So this will be a quick 3 hours. I'll make it as fast as I can. It's only 2, but I will do this as quick as I can. I did try to update some of the numbers this morning on here for some of the claims and all. But HSA Home Warranty, a lot of you, if you're new to doing real estate, you obviously, a lot of stuff's new, okay? And when you think about some of the things that are out there, you may have never heard of a home warranty. I can tell you right now that New York is the least using warranty state in the entire country. And when you are out there, whether you have a seller or a buyer, and you talk to your clients about this, it's going to be something that most homeowners probably have no idea about either. Now, if they've lived in other states, more south of here, obviously, they're going to be more familiar with it potentially. Okay, so, but this is something that can really help you set yourself apart from a lot of other companies out there, a lot of other agents with other companies out there. And this is just kind of a real quick overview on it. And if you ever need my help, if you want me to talk to your clients for you, I'm always happy to do that as well. Okay. So I'm going to kind of go through this. write down my information and stuff. I will send out some stuff to, to Maggie and to Jen after this to get out to you, but please feel free to reach out to me at any time. I don't expect you to be a warranty expert. That's not your job. Your job is to get those listings, get houses sold, and do that kind of stuff. My job is to help you with the warranties to get your home sold. So anyway, let me get going now that I'm off my soapbox. It's a Monday after all. Okay. So basically, what is a home warranty? Okay, it's a 1-year service contract. It can be a 2-year, but typically it's 1 year. It's a service contract that covers the repair or replacement of many of the major home system components and appliances that will typically break down over time due to normal wear and tear. Okay. We don't cover windows. We don't cover doors. We don't cover cracks in foundations. We don't cover mold and mildew, things like that. But furnaces, ACs, water heaters, electrical in a house, plumbing, the appliances in a house, things like that. That's what we do. Okay. The items have to be working when the warranty starts, or it's something that we wouldn't be able to cover because it's considered a pre-existing issue. It's like, think of it like auto insurance. If you go to the auto dealership and you buy a car and you drive off the lot without having insurance on it, but then someone smashes into you and you try to call the insurance company saying, hey, I need to file a claim. Well, you can't do that because you didn't have the warranty in effect when the item broke. Okay, so just kind of think of it that way. So commonly used terms, and I apologize if you hear my dog barking in the background. She's really in rare form today. And I did one meeting, I had to carry the laptop with me to let her outside, then back inside, then back outside, and now she's barking. So I apologize for that. And I hope this is being recorded because by all means, everyone needs to know about my dog barking. But anyway, commonly used terms. Normal wear and tear, I just mentioned that. It's when a system fails due to normal age and use as the manufacturer intended, assuming it was taken care of, okay? Now we understand that a 1-year-old furnace is gonna work more efficiently than a 20-year-old furnace, but that's okay. We don't have any issues with old items, okay? It could be an old system that's working. As long as it's working normally when the warranty starts, that's all we care about. I had an agent from the Southern Tier reached out, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 months ago. She had a 36 or 37-year-old water heater and it was still working, but she called and said, hey, would you cover that? And it's like, yeah, if it's still working, we would cover it. So age doesn't matter. Age is fine. We don't prorate items. If something goes bad, we would replace it with a like for like item. So if it's a 50-year-old water heater, or if it's a 50-gallon water heater that's say 15 or 20 years old and it goes bad, we're going to replace it with a new 50-gallon water heater. Okay. There's no proration on stuff like that. It just had to have been, warranty had to be in place and it had to have been working basically when a warranty started. Pre-existing, okay, kind of talked about that earlier. Failure occurred prior to the coverage starting, okay? So just remember that if you walk through a house and you know that a furnace or a water heater or a dishwasher or a microwave isn't working when you walk through the house, or if you look at it and you can see that it's not working, it's something that we're not gonna be able to cover. Okay, so that would be the responsibility of the home seller in a case like that if you've got the buyer. And then potential coverage, we always say potential. So if someone calls in with a claim, we tell them it's potentially covered until we can get that service contractor out to the house to look at it. And they're the experts in the field. They are the ones that know what something would be operating like if it was new, if it was older. We know when a warranty starts. So if you put a warranty in today's the 11th, and you call in tomorrow for a claim and it's the dishwasher and it's completely all rusted inside and it's not working, chances are we're not gonna be able to cover that because there's no way that lack of or for it not working didn't happen in one day. So it's just one of those things. It is kind of common sense type stuff a lot of times, but this is America, and sometimes common sense doesn't work out. Anyway, so that's the commonly used terms that you may want to just kind of remember a little bit. All right, so understanding the warranty contract. Again, you're going to hear about this normal wear and tear again. So we cover the mechanical system components and parts that fail from normal wear and tear. Okay, there's a basic plan that covers parts and labor. Okay, covered systems and appliances. So under the basic plan, we cover the furnace, the AC, the water heater, electrical, plumbing, refrigerator, stove, microwave, dishwashers, things like that. Okay. Kitchen appliances, heating, cooling systems, things along those lines, garage door opener. In the brochure that you have access to on Go Hannah, it's going to have that writable version of the warranty, and inside of that is a sample contract. And it's something I always want you to get out to your clients. Let them look at it, let them read it, let them understand it, and then if they have questions, have them reach out to me and let me answer those questions for them. Okay. There are additional buyer options available. Washer and dryer, for whatever reason, is not included under the basic plan. I wish it was. Everybody asked that question. I don't write these up. I just present them. But you can do washer and dryer. You can add water softener on, water well pump and septic, hot tub, swimming pools. There's an electronics plan, things like that are all available to buy. The most important one, in my opinion, that for an upgrade is the buyer 7-star. It enhances that basic coverage. So for instance, if you have a water heater that goes bad, we're going to replace that water heater like for like. So if 50-gallon water heater goes bad, the bottom drops out, we're going to replace that with a new 50-gallon water heater. But when they take an old system out and they put a new system in, a lot of times they have to make modifications to that new one to go in where the old one was. So like a gas line, the venting on the top of a water heater, a lot of times that has to be modified. So with the 7-star, we cover up to $500 worth of modification costs for furnaces, for ACs, for water heaters, things like that. And it can really, really help out a lot. I've had people that have had furnaces that have gone bad, and we had to replace it. And when they had the 7-star, there was no out-of-pocket expense at all for them. That was nice. If they had just the basic, then it ended up being a couple $100 out of pocket. So it's just something to think about. And again, I'm not trying to upsell you. I make salary. So if they buy the basic, I get paid the exact same as if they buy every option we have. Okay. So not trying to upsell. I just don't like when people at least don't know about it to make that informed decision so they know if it's something that they want to do. Okay. All right. Requesting service. So once you have this in place, whether this is for your seller or the buyer, and I'll get into the seller part here in a second, but if they're requesting service, it's actually pretty easy. They can go on to myhomewarranty.com or onlinehsa.com, and they put in their address. They're going to be able to file a claim that way, or they can go to 800-367-1448. That's the HSA customer service. And either one of these, they can file online, or they can call in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But once they call in for the claim, any of the, whether it's a seller or buyer, we have what's called a trade service fee. Even if you don't have a warranty and you call in for a claim, you get an HVAC technician, a plumber, electrician, whoever to come out to your house, they're going to typically charge you a trip charge to come out. So that's what we do. We collect that. It's $100 plus tax, depending on what county you're in. So like I'm here in Erie County over in Buffalo, there's like $108.75, where Rochester is just $108. And then if you've got a 6 or 7%, anyway, you figure it out. You're all smart. But anyway, once you get the claim filed, we assign a service technician to that person. That service technician will reach out to the homeowner, but I always tell the homeowners, look, when you get notified, call them immediately, because the old adage, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. If they call that contractor immediately, they're going to answer the phone. They're going to want to get them on the schedule. Okay. So we're not an emergency service. It's basically Monday through Friday, just regular hours. There are times where we do make exceptions to that, but typically if it's a dishwasher, it's a microwave, things like that. It is Monday through Friday type service. But anyway, so that service contractor comes out, they do the diagnosis, they call into us, we determine, or actually they tell us if it's a part, or they tell us if it needs to be fully replaced. And then we kind of go from there. But we will work with that service contractor, work with the homeowner to make sure that they're getting treated right. Okay. All right. So seller benefits. This is kind of what I was talking about a second ago. Who's responsible for the house until it closes? It's that seller. So if you've got a seller that's listing a home, when you go in and you introduce yourself and say, look, this is why you need to make me your agent. We've got all the tools Howard Hanna has. We've got this, we've got this, we've got this. This is another tool you can use because that seller is responsible for that house until it closes. So if you put a warranty on, or if that seller decides to put a warranty on, they don't owe anything on this warranty until it closes, and only if it closes. Okay. And that's the nice part about it. So if you get a listing today and they say, yes, I want to do all these things and let's put a warranty on, we start the warranty now, or once we get the application and it goes in. So we cover them complimentarily throughout that listing period. It doesn't cost anything extra. The only difference is if they want to have the air conditioning and the heat covered during the listing period. Otherwise, there's a list of stuff in that brochure that we cover complimentarily for that seller. And it is extra $60. But coverage goes for 6 months. So if you list the house today, it goes for 6 months. At the end of that 6 months, if the house hasn't sold, then they can either extend it for another 6 months, or if they just decide to walk away, they walk away and they don't get charged anything by us. Now, people say, well, what happens if we fix something? And I've had this happen before. We had one, it was about this time last year. I had a seller's agent called me and said, hey, I got to take the house off the market, family emergency. They can't sell the house right now. They got to walk away. And I was like, okay, that's fine. We'll cancel it. And they said, well, you guys just replaced an oven. It's like, well, okay. Well, we had to eat an oven. Okay. We don't collect funds for the warranty unless that house actually closes, even if they've had work done or we replace things. Okay. So it's kind of a win-win for you guys. As agents, you go in with all the benefits for Howard Hanna, everything they have to offer, and you give them this too, saying, look, here's a warranty that's out there that'll help entice a buyer, make the buyer feel better about the house potentially. And the seller gets complimentary coverage from day one. If something happens, we come in, fix it or replace it. And if the house never sells, they don't owe us anything. It's kind of
So
a win.
you guys imagine being at a listing appointment and you've seen 1980s kitchen appliances and you got a 25-year-old furnace and it's working, but it's a 25-year-old furnace. And you may not be the only realtor who's applying for the opportunity to list that home, but you may be the only one that has a warranty that does this. You've just set yourself miles apart if you've had the presence to say, hey, what would happen if you got your house on the market and before closing, the furnace died? Would you like to have that peace of mind? Imagine how your buyer's going to feel having that peace of mind, but the seller gets some also. If you really understand how this warranty works, this becomes a very powerful tool in your tool chest. Personally, to me, this is one of my favorite things. When I had my very first house, when I was 21 years old, our furnace, we had a warranty on our house. Our furnace died. We had a VA loan that required us to put $1,200 down to buy our house. We had to borrow $600 from a family member. We didn't have $1,200. So when the furnace died, had we not had the warranty, we would have been in deep doo-doo. So these are great things, and especially for people who don't have deep pockets, or perhaps you're buying a mid-level home, $250,000, but they had to overpay because it's a seller's market. They have no money left for any repairs. So don't think this is just for first-time home buyers anymore. It's really not with the seller's market. So Mike has been a great resource for me, for my clients, and this has been a great product. I really think this is something y'all ought to just put in your tool chest and keep there for every single listing if you can do it. And I can't think of any reasons why you shouldn't be able to, but that's just me.
You just finished my presentation, so thank you, Maggie. Yay, we're all done. Okay, nice. Well, you actually covered a lot of stuff I'm going to cover, so I'm going to skip over some stuff now. But I actually just had over the weekend, I had a Howard Hanna agent that is selling his house up in Lockport, just north of Buffalo. His water heater crashed over the weekend. The bottom just fell out. He had to have the water turned off because it was doing it. We were able to expedite the claim and stuff because there was no water. So we were able to work with them to get some stuff done. But he hadn't sold his house yet. It's not closing until next month. And it's like, high efficient system. So it's going to be probably close to $2,000 So it's something that if he didn't have the warranty, he would have had to pay all that out of pocket. So it's kind of nice. But like I said earlier, everything's paid at closing. That's the nice part about it. Potential coverage for items found during a home inspection, if they do a home inspection, but things happen every day, not just a home inspection. There could be all sorts of issues like that found. And you go over some of the seller stuff here in a minute. Again, some of the seller claims, but it is a powerful marketing tool, just like Maggie's saying. If you're up against other companies out there that don't have this as a option for them to look at, it's something that can set you apart. And that's the nice part about it. Okay. All right. So this is what I was saying earlier. I don't know if it's kind of hard to see, and I don't think I can make my.
Oh, hey, Mike, you were frozen.
Oh, I was frozen. Frozen 1 or Frozen 2, because I like the first one better than the second one. But anyway,
Yeah, you didn't freeze for me, Jen,
I
so.
didn't, oh, maybe it was me. Okay,
maybe it's
never
just
mind.
you. I have a new internet in my house, so my stuff's been working pretty good. So, well, anyway, so I apologize. This is when you get the brochure and look at it, and when you're talking to your clients, to me, this is the most important page out of the entire brochure. So when you sit down with them, you can say, look, if you go with us and you put a warranty on, everything under this seller column that has a check mark is complimentary coverage for that seller, for the seller during the listing period. Okay. Up at the very top, like I mentioned, we don't automatically cover the HVAC for the seller, but if they want to opt in for that extra 60, then we would help cover them for up to $1,500 worth of coverage on a furnace. Now, $1,500 typically won't buy a new furnace, but again, they haven't paid anything for this warranty yet. And if their furnace goes out, they're still going to have to put out money for that. So we would still pitch in up to $1,500 for that. But other things could go bad too. The stove, the microwave, the sump pump, any of these other things, pipe leaks, all these kind of things that are on there. Those are all things under that seller column with the check mark that we cover complimentarily for them. And then when the buyer moves in, once it closes, everything under that buyer column is what the buyer gets. This is just the basic plan. So remember that. So it's still a pretty nice little thing. There's still a lot of coverage that seller gets, because without a warranty, they would have to pay any and all of that out of pocket. Okay. And that's the nice part about this. And that's what can hopefully help set you apart. Okay. So this is the buyer 7-star upgrade. This is that extra 149. And this really helps with a lot of extra stuff. If you use this, and I have the warranty on my own house, I've had 14 claims on my own house in just over 4 years. And the 7-star has helped me tremendously. Okay. So, and again, like I said, I'm not trying to upsell you, but just when you look at the value proposition of $149, just the haul away of old equipment is going to be $100 to $150. Boom, that's going to take care of that. If you've got to get modifications done to a furnace, to an AC, to a water heater, it's going to way more than cover itself. So it's something just to think about. Now, if the seller provides just the basic warranty alone, the buyer can upgrade themselves. Okay. They have up to 60 days after they close where they could call in and say, hey, I really want this. So that buyer could spend the extra $149 to upgrade if they want to do that. So that's something to think about too, but it's just something for them to think about. If they don't know about it, they can't make an informed decision. And that's kind of what I'm here for, is to kind of help with that. All right. So these are some other buyer options that are out there. There's an electronics plan. I can get more information on that. Water well pump, water softener, air cleaner, washer, dryer, freezer, hot tub, things like that. Okay. Buyer benefits. It helps them be prepared for the unexpected, because when they move into a house, they have no idea what they're going into. Things could look really nice. You could look at the fridge, say, yeah, the fridge looks great. And then 4 days later, it dies. Okay. Same thing with the furnace. Same thing with it. I've had this happen. I had a furnace go bad on somebody 4 days after they moved in. They had an inspection done. Everything looked good. Boom, it died 4 days right before Thanksgiving. So things like this happen. Okay. So just because you say, oh, we had an inspection, or we had someone look at it, everything looks great. That's great. But that's why it's called unexpected. All right. They can request service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like I showed you earlier. And it is renewable annually. So at the end of that first year, we will reach out to them. It is going to go up in price some, and I don't really have any say in that, but it does go up really depending on if there's like an actual warranty price increase, if they had a lot of claims, if there's all sorts of things that would make the price change. But we do let them know about that. about 2 months before it expires. And if it does, get to that point, they're able to pay for it month to month. So it makes it a little bit easier on buyers. Okay. So agent benefits. So why should you guys, want to use this? Okay, other than what Maggie said earlier, it's risk management. Okay, always be the resource and not the source. And what I mean by that is, I would never want you to feel like you have to be the Encyclopedia Britannica or the Google of the warranty world. Your job is to get your buyers and or sellers to the closing table. And you've got stuff out there. You've got home inspectors. You've got mortgage stuff. You got the warranty. You got other things that are out there to help you get those to get the house to the closing table. But I don't want you to feel like you have to know everything about it. So when you talk to them, say, look, this is what I know about the warranty. If you need more information, here's Mike's information. Have them call me. Okay, I got people call me every day, and I'm happy to talk to them about it. But don't make the decision for them. Don't say, you don't need this. Just sign off that you don't want it. Let them make an informed decision. Okay, let them decide if they want it or if they don't want it. And again, like I said, I'm happy to go over that with them to explain what we do, how we work. Marketing tools. We've got sign writers out there. We've got all the brochures. We've got magnets. We've got all sorts of things out there for you to have, to use. It's all free, and we want you to use it to help set you apart. Again, like I said, and it'll help your marketing edge while you're out there doing it, whether you're a seller or a buyer, or an agent for the seller or buyer. And it'll help that buyer with their investment, because like Maggie said, a lot of times when you got the buyers that are moving in, they're going above asking price. They're having to get extra money just to make that deal work. They don't have two nickels to rub together. So it's something that if they have this can certainly help them with their budget, with their house when they're trying to move in. All right. So, how can home warranties help? Well, you can win more listings, because if you go out there, and say, look, I want to be your agent and this is what I have to offer, it can help these homes stand out, and you will stand out too, because you're adding a unique value to that service that you provide. Okay. It can help your clients, or it can help protect client budgets in low inventory markets. Like I was saying, if a buyer puts a large amount of money down, they don't have two nickels to rub together. So that's going to help them potentially for repairs if something goes bad, if they have to get it fixed, or if they have to replace something. Okay, most people don't have extra $3,000 or $4,000 to put down for a new furnace or new AC system, but they can maybe come up with the trade fee. Build strong client relationships. When a transaction goes smoothly and the clients feel confident, they're going to feel a little bit better. Okay. And they're going to thank you for that. They're going to thank you because if something goes wrong with the house, the buyer isn't going to want to buy that house if the furnace goes bad, or if the AC goes bad, or if the water heater or the dishwasher. They're going to want the stuff fixed beforehand, and that can help that and that's also number 4 too. If the home has broken items, they're not going to want to close on that property until those things are done. Okay. Mitigate risk. If a client has a home warranty and experiences a covered breakdown, they know who to call, and it's not going to be you. Okay, they can call us and we get stuff done. Now, undoubtedly, they're going to call you. Hey, such and such is going on. So if someone calls you and says, hey, I'm having issues, direct them to me. Okay, again, you can kind of deflect them and say, look, let's talk to Mike. And you send them my way. I in turn reach out. I've got people I call, find out what's going on with claims, or how are we going to get this fixed, and how are we going to make it better. Okay, and number 6 has been really big, especially now that COVID has kicked in, because there's so many multiple offers out there. People are spending more money on a house than they normally would. There's less houses out there, so more multiple offers are out there. So a way to make your offers stand out, instead of the seller offering the warranty, we call this sweeten the deal. So while you're working with a buyer, you put in your offer, here's our offer, and if you accept our offer, we're going to put a warranty on to cover the seller. Because go back to the beginning, who's responsible for the house until it closes? It's the seller. So the seller's not paying for the warranty, the buyer is, but the buyer says, look, if you accept my offer, in return for you accepting my offer, I'm going to put a home warranty on, because when we do that, it's going to help out that seller. It's something tangible that that seller could utilize. If something goes bad, like the one agent that's up in Lockport, their water heater went bad. If the buyer was the one that was doing that, that seller would have seen about a $2,000 benefit to having that warranty in place, which is what most other offers coming in. If they're all relatively close, it's going to make that offer stand out. Okay. And that's the whole thing that you just got to look at. It's called Sweeten the Deal. And I'll make sure that you get the flyers for that too, to kind of look at. And again, nothing is due on that home or on that warranty until that home closes. And only if it closes. If something happens and the deals fall through, they don't owe us anything on it. So it's kind of a win-win. Like I said, it can help you get that offer, but if something happens where that home never closes, they don't owe us anything on it. Okay. All right. This is something I just updated this today. This is just for Howard Hanna claims. This is just Howard Hanna offices from January 1st of last year until a couple of weeks ago, or actually not even 2 weeks ago, the 31st December. I like to call it PEACH, plumbing, electrical, appliances, cooling, and heating. So just the Howard Hanna offices in New York State, we had 805 total paid out claims. It was just over $325,000, almost $326,000 paid out. Plumbing is our biggest claim. That's got water heaters, pipe leaks, sump pumps, that kind of stuff. Appliances is number 2, as you can imagine. Refrigerator, stoves, microwaves, things like that. But this is what we paid out. Now, remember, we're a huge company. American Home Shield is our parent company. So we get tremendous discounts on items, on AC systems, on furnaces, on water heaters, on refrigerators, stoves, microwaves. So the amount that we pay out is a lot less than what a typical homeowner would be paying out. So that's why some of these numbers, when you're like, well, it's only $326,000, but if it was a traditional homeowner buying it, this would be well over $500,000 easily on a homeowner paying these kind of things, because we've worked with the vendors for negotiated pricing for their labor and things like that as well. Okay. But what I like about this, if you look down in the red, 60 sellers claims. So just during the year, there were 60 sellers who called in for claims. The average claim was $540 that was paid out. Okay. The warranty for you guys under the basic plan is $500 plus tax. It's about $540, depending on where you're at. That would have paid for that warranty. And this is seller's claims. And so that's the nice part. So it would have covered something for the seller. They would have got their money back basically on it, on something that they would have had paid out. They were able to see a tangible benefit there. But to me, the best part out of this is the 159 renewal claims, because if someone renewed their warranty, that means they were happy with it. They had it for a year. They said, you know what, we see value in this. They renewed it and they used it. And that's the thing. But if they renewed it, that means they were probably happy with it. And if their agent referred them to this, they were hopefully happy with their agent. So when I think of renewals, I think of referrals for you guys. That's how I look at it. So if there's something about your renewals, referrals, that's a nice thing. Those buyers that had the warranty, that were able to use it, if they have friends and family that are looking to buy or sell a home and they remember their agent and they were happy with this, maybe it's something that's going to lead down the road for you guys to get referrals out of it, because that's what it's all about. Because word of mouth and getting referrals, you can't pay for that. So that's a nice thing. So and just a 30-second presentation on how to do it. Just make sure that you talk to all your clients about it. Okay. There's benefits for sellers and buyers, and there is a seller buyer benefit flyer that we have that you can give to them. Present it accurately. And again, don't oversell it. Don't tell them that we cover things. We don't cover, we don't cover windows. We don't cover doors, cracks, a foundation, mold, mildew. But we do cover the mechanical aspects of a house. Okay. What's covered, what's not covered. And that's pretty much it. That was probably most 30 seconds. But so what questions can I answer for anybody? I want to get out of this. I'm going to stop share.
I was going to just touch on one thing, if you guys don't mind. And no, I don't know you, Mike, so I'm not, trying to ride his coattails, but I did notice something in your initial package. It said, it had a check mark by, and it said that you guys even cover for lack of maintenance.
Yes.
And that is very unusual. That usually voids a lot of warranties. So, you know, that's just another pitch point if no one caught on to that.
Well, and it's something that's great, Mike. Thank you for mentioning that too. So people ask about that. So if you have like an air filter in your AC system and you don't change that air filter out, that system is going to run. It's going to end up burning up somehow because it doesn't have the air to come through. If you've ever been in a house that has a dirty air filter, it starts getting warm in the house, and you're like, oh, why is it so warm in here? If you change the air filter, then it's able to breathe again. It can work right. But people are lazy. People don't do things. They don't do what they're supposed to do. They don't clean the outside condensers off, and they just don't do stuff that they should do. So if something does fail, that's a great point. Now, we're not a maintenance service. We don't come in to just change out an air filter. But if something that it was not properly maintained dies because it wasn't maintained, we do cover that. So that's a great point. Thank you very much for noticing that.
I would just reference kind of like looking at a set of car tires. You know, if you don't rotate them and they wear wrong, they will not replace them. So that's
true. That's very true. That's very, very true. So that's awesome. But my information should be out there. Hopefully Maggie and Jen can get you my information, or I will send an email to them, and then hopefully they can shoot it out to you. Please let me know what questions you have. Okay, that's why I'm here. I don't want to, not answer your questions. I know people say, well, I don't want to worry about that. It's my job to be bothered. Okay, let me know what I can do to help out. Okay, let me answer your questions. Let me answer your homeowners' questions about this, because I will never lose you a client. I will never say stuff to them that I shouldn't say. That I may have horrible jokes at times, and I think Maggie and Jen can attest to that. But I will never lose your clients for you. Okay, so if you want me to talk to them and explain it, hopefully it's something that I can get them to understand the warranty a little bit better, and then maybe it's going to be just a better thing for them down the road. So, but I do try to answer my phone. I do try to respond to emails. Like I've had emails and stuff pop up on my screen while we're doing this presentation. But I am there to hopefully get you the information as fast as humanly possible if you need it. So
I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Sure. Go ahead.
I've bought and purchased my own homes. I would never have thought of a home warranty, just didn't. And as you presented, I was a little surprised. So I'm curious, how often is this purchased?
As far as
a percentage, in 50% of the cases of someone selling their home, and 25, I'm just curious.
Well, like I was saying, New York is the worst using warranty state in the entire country. Okay, so when you look at New York, it's, I want to say out of the homes that are sold, it's about 4, maybe 5% of the transactions have it. Okay, so that's why I'm saying if you offer this is a pretty good thing that other people won't be talking about at all. Now, there's other warranties out there. There's American Home Shield, which is our parent company. They're being used by some of the other by some of the other brokerages out there. HSA, to me, because I've been pushing HSA across the state more than American Home Shield, because I do both. But HSA to me has a better price point, and I think it is just a better product overall. That's what I have on my own house. Now, that being said, too, you as an agent, any of you as an agent, anybody that works for Howard Hanna, you can get a warranty on your own house and you get a discount. And there is no price increase. Like I said earlier, when it renews at the end of the year, there's a price increase. For you guys, there is no price increase. That's the nice part about it. So if you want to do a warranty, you can do it at any time. You don't have to be selling or buying. You can just put it on your house. You've been in your house 20 years. That's okay. We can do it. Just let me know if you're interested, and I'll, I can get you pricing on it. But basically, whatever it is, just subtract $50 off of it. So, okay, there was.
Thank you for answering the question.
And you should know that there are agents out there who they put it on 100% of their listings because they believe in the product. When they talk to their listing, when they talk to their sellers, when you believe in the product, what you believe in, they believe in. What you find value in, they find value in, and it can be a great point of negotiation. So let's say I have a house listed for 150,000. They get a lowball offer for 120, but it's got an HSA warranty on it. We can then say in the counter, accept to be paid for by the buyer. And we can flip it back to the buyer because they gave us a lowball offer. So I have that ability to use it as a point of negotiation, but still get the warranty on the house, cover my seller until that contract comes in and we switch who's paying for it. Because again, even with it from another company, I can say to somebody, well, you lowballed us on this, so we're way low. So if your buyers want to pick it up, here's the price. And by the way, they get these additional features.
Mhm.
So I've used it successfully in both areas. Jen, I'm sorry, I think you had a question. She had something.
No,
to say.
no, I just, in New York State, it's funny, having been in the business for as long as I have, and I didn't know anything about home warranties. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know what they were. Freaked me out when I heard about them because I'm like, how am I supposed to explain this to a client when I don't even know what it is myself? I will say that when you go to your branch and you get your packet of paperwork, this paperwork is in every packet. And you do have to have buyers and sellers both, I believe, right, Mike, sign off on
I
whether or
think so,
not,
yeah.
whether or not they want it, along with our 100% money back guarantee, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Now, something about that too, if they initially sign off on it saying that they don't want it, they can still add it on. So if you've got a seller that initially says, no, I just want to just sell my house, I don't worry about it. If they're not getting the offers that they hoped and they want to throw it on afterwards to kind of like freshen up the listing or whatever, they can do that. We can add the warranty on at any time during the listing period. They just wouldn't have any coverage until they actually added it on. So that's some. And the buyer, if the seller decides not to do it at all, the buyer has up to 60 days after the home closes to add this on themselves if they want to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's ever a question on that, by all means, please email me, call me, let me know. I'll be glad to do that.
Yeah, don't not offer this because you feel like you just don't know enough about it. What Mike just said just went right over my head. I don't have any idea what he's talking about, so I don't feel comfortable even talking about it. So just check this box. No, you don't want it. Like Mike and Maggie will say throughout all of this, be the source, not the resource. Mike wants to talk to your clients, and because he wants to be sure that it's explained correctly. I know I can't explain it because I've heard this presentation a million times and I'm still like, I still do not, I know it's not homeowners insurance. That's something completely different. This is a home warranty separate of that. And there is so little knowledge across New York State that shockingly, they don't hardly ever get used. And with the product that we have through HSA, it is above and beyond what other companies offer. But you'll find in your local marketplaces, nobody's offering these. And I think it's a great little tool to keep in your tool belt to say, hey, this is another way that differentiates me from the rest of the pack. So
But
you
here's
do
an
not have to be
important-
an expert.
Sorry, here's an important factor for you to remember. If you offer it to one buyer or one seller, you must offer it to 100% of your buyers and sellers. This harkens back to fair housing. Someone can say they didn't offer it to me because I was purple. They don't like the color purple and they didn't offer it to me because I was purple. They didn't offer it to me because I'm highly educated or undereducated, because I'm this and I'm that. So if you offer something to one person, and it's not just the warranty, anything that we have, if you offer it to one, you must offer it to all.
Hey,
Everybody
Mike, I got a quick
understand that?
question.
Sure, Jen.
Can you have a home warranty on a brand new house?
Yes, if you have a new construction, we do offer, it's a new construction coverage. It does not kick in until 1 year after they have moved in, because typically the builder will cover it for that first year. but it's good for 3 years. It's good for years 2, 3, and 4. And that pricing is in the brochure as well too. So yes, you can certainly do that. And people ask, well, why should I put it on a brand new house? Have you seen some brand new houses? Yes, there's a lot of things. A lot of times those builders put in builder grade dishwashers and water heaters and AC systems, things like that. I've seen things go early. So we don't do a lot of those in the state, but there are quite a few that are done across the country. And then back to your question, Doris, New York is about 4 or 5% that's used. But if you go to Texas or California, places like that, it's in the 90s. Even in
Wow.
Pennsylvania, like in Pittsburgh, where obviously Howard Hanna is king there, it's like 60-65% of the houses sold there have it. New York is an anomaly. It is other parts of the country. I want to say across the country on average it's like 43%. I think that's right. When you add all these different states and stuff up, but New York is way lower than anybody else. So it's just kind of crazy. We've also been a partner with Howard Hanna for 33 years. So this is not something that's just brand new. We've been around since 87, I think, with Howard Hanna. So we're going on 34 years now. Okay, so anyway.
And again, ask your manager or other people in your office, hey, do you use this? Do you use it in your listing presentation? Is it part of your marketing? Shauna, did you have a question?
I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you justify the price point for the seller versus the buyer? The buyer would get the long term. So if you sell it to the seller, they have it for the duration of the listing. In this market, the listing could be quite quick.
Mm-hmm.
How does that benefit? Do they have to pay for that, or is that passed on to the buyer?
Well, yeah. So there's no cost on it until it actually closes. So because you figure if it gets listed today and you get an offer tomorrow that gets accepted, okay, you're looking at probably 45 days roughly. If it goes really fast, if everything goes really smooth, you're still looking at 45 days. Now, there's a chance that there's nothing going to go wrong during that 45 days for the seller, but there's no additional cost for that seller either, okay? They don't have to pay for other than if they want to do that HVAC coverage, that extra 60. But again, that's paid at closing. So it's just kind of a peace of mind for them, I guess you would say, that they have from, once it's put into the system until it closes, and then the buyer gets it for a whole year. So some agents or some sellers are like that. They say, why should I put this warranty on? They don't have to do it. You're right. They don't have to do it. Some people do not see that as a benefit to themselves. But if they're looking at the big picture, it's like, look, that they want this to be a smooth transaction for the buyer. Most people, I think, are nice. Most people, not everybody. I mean, I've talked to people. I'm like, how did you get out of bed this morning? But some people want to do this. They want to make it a nice, smooth transition from the listing period to the buyer for that whole year. Okay. So when you're talking to your clients, if you've got a seller and they decide that they don't want to offer it, they don't have to do that, obviously. But it's a way things happen. The bottom falls out of water heaters all the time. Dishwashers break all the time. Microwaves break. Electrical panels, they go bad. It's just kind of you buy auto insurance not thinking, well, I don't want auto insurance because I'm never going to get into an accident. Things happen, things break down, stuff like that. So that's just kind of a way to present it to them. Here's things that you're covered complimentarily for during the listing period, and then the buyer will get it for a whole year. Because a lot of times the buyers, when they're coming in, they're foregoing a home inspection, because right now that's what's getting these offers taken. We don't necessarily cover everything in a house, like I said earlier, mold, mildew, cracks in foundations, things like that. But there are things that we do cover that if they decide that they're going to forego that home inspection, a lot of sellers say, look, I'll throw a warranty on just to kind of make you feel better for that year.
Yeah, so
The person who's
a couple things that you can say to your sellers are, number one, it's peace of mind for you, and we know it brings more buyers. Even in a seller's market, you want to receive all the offers that you can. And this is going to elevate your house from the house next door that doesn't have a warranty on it. Number two, on a $150,000 house, the cost of the warranty is less than 0.03% of the purchase price. And that payment is coming from the proceeds that the buyer is giving you on the sale. So
So
it's
it
not-
is a seller's cost.
The seller, well, it can be either. So
It
it could
can
be
be.
either
Whoever's
one, but when
initiating.
you're selling it as a listing, it's coming out of the seller's proceeds from the sale, which means guess who's paying for it? The buyer. So it's, the more you understand this program, and feel free after this to give Mike a call and talk through the warranty. And I've had buyers and sellers call Mike to have them ask questions about why they should invest in it and come away going, yeah, that's a great idea. It's less, do the math, on a $150,000 listing, it's 0.03% of the price of the home. You know, so do your math. If it's a $400,000 house, it's even smaller. It's like nothing, it's pennies.
Yeah.
So you got to do the math. And math is going to be one of your best friends in real estate in it, but let Mike do some of the heavy lifting for you. Offer it, speak to it, and say, here's his card. Give Mike a call and let him explain to you why it might be a good thing for you. Nice thing is he's not a hard sell. And neither should you be.
Yeah, if they don't want it, they don't want it. I mean, you know, you can only lead a horse to water. If they don't want it, they don't want it. I mean, there's nothing you can really do in a case like that. All you can do is kind of present them the facts, saying, look, here's something that could show you tangible benefits. If something were to happen during the listing period, it's going to make it as a better experience for the buyer. And when you think about potential post-sale disputes too, if you have somebody that is selling their house that has older equipment in there, that buyer, and you had this happen where like the furnace died within a couple of days after they moved in. If they had the warranty, that's great. They could call us, we get it done. If there's no warranty in place, who is that buyer going to call? Potentially the agent saying, look, you guys knew it was a bad furnace. You knew it was a bad water heater. You need to replace this because, you guys were hiding something from me, which they probably weren't, obviously, but it's that perception. And if there's a warranty in place, they don't have to worry about post-sale disputes. Typically they can call us, we get someone out there, we get it fixed. So that's the nice part about it too.
And eventually you're going to have personal stories. So I understand why you don't want to buy the warranty, but let me tell you about my seller who also made that same decision and their furnace died, or the refrigerator died. And
Those
they came back
numbers
to me, and the first thing that they said was, I wish I'd bought that warranty when you told me to. So eventually you'll have stories to share. That'll be true stories. And that's the only kind you should ever share.
Those numbers that I was showing earlier, like for the plumbing and electrical and appliances, things like that, we send out once a week, we send out claims cards. It's in an email that you'll get that'll say your client at 123 Maple Street had a claim. Now we do it for over $250. We don't do it for under $250, but anything over $250, you will receive an actual claims card for if one of your properties had a claim on something. And that's a great way for you to be able to go back to that client saying, hey, I saw that you had a claim. How did it go? Was it good? What? I mean, you'll see the actual amount of the claim and you'll see what it was that failed. And you can reach out to them and say, hey, how did it go? Glad you had a warranty, that kind of stuff. And I've had agents do that, saying, hey, that was a great touch point for me. I was able to reach back out to them and say, hey, but then you can keep that and use, just like Maggie said, use it for your own examples down the road. So.
Mike, I got
Thanks, Mike.
a quick question on something.
Yeah, sure.
You ever had a situation where someone pretty much like a seller would take advantage of having it, free till closing, if you want to call it that way, and then let's say like a week before closing, they're like, never mind, I don't want to pay it.
It does happen, and it's something that, there's times where that has happened. We try to not let it keep us from doing this. I mean, it is something that has happened, yes.
Yeah.
Now, if we see people do it now, there's been times where we've had agents in other parts of the country that have said, oh, we can throw this on during your listing period. We'll get all these things taken care of. And we've seen one particular agent or agents that have been with those various clients. And we kind of like, look, you're not going to be able to sell warranties anymore because you're doing this as a maintenance service. So it does happen. but not as often as you may think it does. So,
Okay.
but it does happen at times. Yeah.
Most people are honest.
Yeah.
Really, at the end of the day, most people really are honest.
Mhm.
And you'll start to have some discernment where that's with regard to that, and you'll be able to respond appropriately.
Yeah.
In the meantime, just assume people are doing things for the right reason, and you always do things for the right reason so that you can maintain your license and maintain your reputation, because you lose your reputation once, you lose your reputation for life. It's really hard to get back in this business. One transaction, you have got to have your composure. You've got to, I like to say, get in your feet, so keep your cool, keep your center, keep your ethics up, keep your integrity, and you won't have any problems. But it's a great product. Mike's a great resource.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, all right. Any other questions? If not, because I know we're getting quite close to the hour. So,
I had one real quick one. I'll make this quick for you guys. Just touching on what Paul said. If somebody tries to back out of the contract, I heard you guys say that the buyer gets it for 1 year too also. So, I mean, if they're selling the house saying that it has that warranty on it and the buyer's aware of that, how can they back out? But that's not really like breaking the contract in a sense.
well, that's true too. So once they sign up, because on the actual application itself, it says, I am the seller. I am going to pay for this as long as this goes to closing. And that's the way to do it. Write it up into the contract. So it says seller is responsible to pay for this. So there's been, I think, kind of what Paul was saying, there are people out there that'll actually put their house on the market. They actually say that they're trying to list it, but they don't have any accepted offers. So at the end of that 6 months, they'll say, oh, I'm just going to take my house off the market, and they've already had work done. So they would still get that coverage. We would still fix things for them, even though there's no buyer in place. So that's kind of how that could happen. But if there's a buyer in place and the warranty's written up in the contract that way, that's where it's going to go, where they're going to end up having to pay for it. It's really hard for them to get out of it because the attorneys have to sign off on everything, that everything's going to be valid and everything's be paid for, things like that. But if there's no buyer ever comes up, then that's where that could potentially happen. Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. I know you guys probably want to go, but thank you very much. I appreciate great questions today. A great bunch of folks. You guys did good with this panel. That's good. Not a panel, but with these guys. So
Well, they're
handpicked them.
engaged.
do what? What, Jen?
We handpicked them.
Yeah, there you go. You did very good. All very nice people. Look at that. It's first of the year. It's a great class. So
It is.
All right.
All right.
thank you,
thanks,
everybody.
Mike.
If you have any questions, please reach out and let me know what I can do to help. Okay.
Hey, Mike, can you email Maggie and me your new PowerPoint so that we can push it out?
Yeah, I'll send you the one I just did today. I'll send it to you. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys. All right.
Thanks,
Bye,
Mike.
everybody.
So y'all need to stretch your legs, get up, get a drink of water, maybe do some other things. What time is it? It's 1:58. Let's say 2:10, in case you need to have a bite to eat, because we started at 12 o'clock. So 2:10, back in your seats, cameras on. I'm thrilled that most of you have your cameras on, and we'll see you in a minute.
Sounds good. Thanks, Max.
Zoom recording. Okay. All right. Thanks everybody for getting back from lunch on time. I appreciate it very, very much. So we're going to talk a little bit about the banking. Unfortunately, Christine Nothnagel, whose first priority is my favorite first priority person, she usually does this for us. She had a conflict today. However, she did do this for us last in November, December session. So that is recorded and it is on that YouTube channel that Jen was talking about earlier. So if you want to go look at that, exclusive, I'll send you a link for it. I'll make sure that we get it to Natalie so she can get it to everybody. So we'll send you that link for Christine so you can watch that from a banker, because I'm a resource, she's the source. So I'm going to tell you what I think she might have told you, but probably not as well as she would have told you. So first priority is the bank and the Western New York. Is it the same in Eastern New York, Jen? Okay. And then
Yeah, do you want to can you make your screen bigger? Is that possible? I see all your tabs on top.
Yeah, let me see if I can make that bigger.
Or you're just showing, never mind, maybe you can't.
It's, let me see.
That's a little better. That's better.
Let me do it this way. See if I can do it this way. There, is that better?
Yep, that's much better.
Okie doke. So let's do that. All right, so delivering the home experience. First priority is our bank. It's owned by us. It's an affiliate. So one of the number one things you have to do in New York State, at least, is you need to let people know that we have affiliates, whether or not they use our affiliates, and let them know. And there's a waiver that they have to sign that says that these are associated with us as a bank. So Clarity Builder, this is something unique where they identify early on in the process how a buyer or the sellers are working, what their financial situation is, what their preferred communication is. And this is a great opportunity for your first priority person to get to know you. If you haven't already done that. Yes, Jen?
I just wanted to jump in and let everybody know on the call, there are first priority MCs, mortgage counselors, all across New York State. So depending on which branch you're in, you may have a first priority loan officer, mortgage person, right in your branch. In the capital region, I know they're pretty thin right now. So you may have a loan officer covering several branches. Excuse me. So just ask your manager who your local first priority person is, if you haven't already been contacted by them. And again, it's another person who you're going to want to put in your phone under speed dial, because even if your clients wind up not using first priority, they are a fabulous resource. And first priority is a local bank. It's not a mortgage broker. They are actually a bank, which means that they originate the loan, they underwrite the loan, they close the loan, and then the loan gets sold. Mortgage broker does not close their own loans. Just so if anybody asks about that difference.
They're also not a savings and loan. So there's
Right.
some programs they can't have, like a first-time home buyer grant program, because they don't have a savings program. They have other programs to account for that, to accommodate that. So the first thing you really need to do with your first priority mortgage officer, and then a couple of other local banks around you, especially people who have what's called a portfolio loan, is make an appointment to meet with them and find out what their products are. Talk to your managers about who is the best in your area and who you need to have in your toolbox, because you can't just have one. And there are more than one type of mortgage, and you need to know what they all are and when you might need to call on them. So Clarity Builder is that first step, getting that pre-qualification or pre-approval, knowing you, knowing your clients, and knowing how all of you communicate helps your first priority person work well with you. So my first priority person, if I have a buyer who's reached out to them about a loan, they send me a note saying, hey, so-and-so reached out, here's what we've done so far, and this is their pre-qualification letter. This is where we are on the path. So you want to have a relationship with them. Tailored solutions, you got to find the right fit. There's more than one type of mortgage. There's more than one way to skin a cat. So your people, once your loan officer knows what their personal situation is, your client's personal situation, they can then start to find the product that's best going to help them be able to buy a house. And for some people in a seller's market, it's extremely challenging. When I was first buying a home, I would guess 90% of homeowners were contingent on the sale of the home that they lived in. Right now, it's a very small number. I don't even know how everybody's accomplishing this, but they are coming to the table without the sale and title transfer contingency, which is a whole nother ball of tricks. But your loan officer is privy to something you are not privy to, and that is they can see what their debt is. They can find out their debt to income ratio. They can get their credit score. They know all of these things, and it's up to the client whether or not you know all of those details. So it's not the loan officer, it's the client that gets to tell whether you get to know all of the details, but your loan officer has information that you will not have access to. And that information is going to determine the type of loan and the terms of the loan, how much they're going to put down, all of those things. Does everybody understand that? Okay. Green light, game plan, you're approved to go. That's the first out of the starting gate. Okay, they're ready. They got enough down payment. They have a maximum amount that they can go. They have a type of loan that they can apply for, and they have some parameters. And that's the beginning. We're starting on our race to get to home ownership. Welcome home experience, closing process. There's many steps between getting pre-approved, writing a purchase offer, having the purchase offer accepted, getting a mortgage commitment, getting your TRID 3 days before closing, verifying your employment, verifying your debt to income ratio. So here's a number I honestly heard in my first year of business. Not me, but one of my associates in my office had a client who was very, very close to her debt to income ratio. 2 days before closing, she treated herself to a $200 pair of boots on a credit card. $200 pair of boots. It threw her out of whack. She was over her debt to income ratio. She couldn't close. They eventually closed, but they didn't close on time. It was a pain in the neck. So you need to go ahead.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
going to say a great rule of thumb to tell buyers is do not make any large purchases until the keys are in your hand. Don't buy furniture. Don't buy a new car. Don't buy anything. Don't buy the pair of boots.
Yeah, so
People
I
don't
always ask,
realize.
because of that experience, I always ask my loan officer, at what point do they need to call you on a purchase? $500, $1,000, $5,000, because it's different for different people. And they'll tell you. I had a 72-year-old first-time home buyer, 72-year-old first-time home buyer. She had to have eye surgery. Her deductible was something like $2,800. I said, before you do anything, call the banker. So she did. They figured out how to work with that because her debt to income ratio was pretty tight also. But she was able to figure out a way so that she could get the surgery she needed, get the house that she wanted, and close. Had she done it out of order without involving her, there would have been a problem. It probably would have tripped up the sale. So make sure you're involving them everywhere. raving fans reports. So every time a first priority loan closes, they send out a review and they call them their raving fans. Their rate is over 95%. And that's great for you because you can say, we work with a banker and here's their rating. They have 95% approval rate, 99% approval rate by the customers who've worked with them. My customers have been super happy with my loan officer that I work with. Like Jen, I'm not listing and selling now. So if you go and look up my numbers, they're going to be really pitiful. And because we train, and this is what we do all day, we can't service our customers the way we'd want to if we were realtors. But these, you're going to get a copy of all of these, read through them. It's just important for you to know some of the basics of how that works, but it's really important for you to build those relationships. So make a call. I don't care if it's a Zoom meeting or an in-person meeting, but make sure you're meeting with your loan officers. Not just from first priority, get a couple other loan officers, specifically somebody that has portfolio loans, which means they hold the bank itself holds that loan, they don't sell it to anybody else. That can be very, very important, especially in rural areas if you have weird properties. The other thing that you may want is a rehab loan. It's not something that first priority has. And a rehab loan is, you want to find the best person who closes the most rehab loans in your area. In the Rochester area, you guys, if you call me, let me know. I'll let you know her name. There's one, she's fabulous. Okay, so pathway to home ownership starts here. Products and resources, account access. This is what their page looks like. So I'd encourage you to go to firstpriority.com and check it out. What's it look like? It's very easy. Your people can apply online. You need to know what paperwork they need to bring to a loan appointment. And that's a great question to ask your loan officer. What paperwork should they bring? What do you need? One of the conversations that you want to be having with your sellers and buyers that are working with a loan officer, if you are communicating with a loan officer and they ask you for a piece of paper, if you want your closing to close on time, you need to get that to them immediately. If they're waiting 2 and 3 and 4 days, guess what? It slows down their loan process. So make sure that you're impressing upon them the urgency of following through quickly. Does that make sense, everybody? By the way, when I'm teaching, if you got a question, just shout it out. I don't care. If you got something to say, it's okay. Just shout it out. 24 access. So the website is available just like howardhanna.com or your websites, 24/7. They can apply for a loan at 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe they're a shift worker. This is available to them whenever, which can be great for a lot of people. Maybe they're like a lot of people right now, they're working from home. Their husband's working from home or their wife is working from home. They've got kids who are homeschooling from home. They can't get near the computer until 2 o'clock in the morning. So it gives them that opportunity to do all those things that they have to do in their now overly busy days, which we thought were busy before, now we're gone crazy, even though we're all at home, and they can use this at any time of the day or night. So that's a great thing. And there's a lot of information on the website. So go in and poke around. What's there? What information is there? What might your sellers and buyers see? Because if they ask you about the website and you go, I don't know, I've never been there. Does that make you an expert? Does that make you a resource? I'm going to wait for an answer. I want verbal. I
No.
like people
No.
to talk.
Nope.
No.
No.
No. So you want to be the expert. Who wants to be the expert? Say yes out loud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Me,
All right. You want to
Yeah.
elevate yourself to
Yes.
expert status.
Yes.
You want to be the expert. You want to be number one in your business. You want to be the person everyone calls because you know what the heck you're doing, because you took your time to find out what they're going to find out before you send them somewhere. Never, ever send a client to a source that you don't know anything about, Because I guarantee you, they're going to come back and say, well, you know, you sent me there and it was awful. I couldn't open this. I couldn't get there. I couldn't use this. I couldn't do that. I didn't understand it. It was really confusing. And you're going to go, oh, I didn't know that. How do you feel when you're working with a professional who doesn't know their profession? Anybody ever buy a car?
I just did.
Okay, Michael, what kind of car did you buy?
A 2021 Genesis G70.
So if you came into that dealer and you talked to the first salesman who met you at the door, because you're his up, and you came in and you said, hey, I want this car and I want these features, and you said, does it have that? Does it have 2 power seats with power controls on both sides? I don't know. Does it have heated seats as an option? I don't know. Can I get rails on the top? I don't know. Can I get a tow package? I don't know. Do you know anything about the struts? Well, we could look it up in the catalog. Are you going to work with that person?
I
You're going to
wouldn't.
say, sayonara, baby. I'm going next door to the dealership right next door. Right? You're out. You're gone.
Oh yeah, I would definitely leave. I honestly, if they don't know what they're talking about, I probably wouldn't put much stock or faith into it.
Yeah, I sold cars for a little while while my husband was getting his PhD. And I used to love to have a big, strong man come into Vermont, big country guy, and say he was going to buy a truck. And I'd say, you want to talk truck? Let's talk truck. I'm truck certified, and I was. But I could talk about the gears. I could talk about the suspension. I could talk about the tow package. I could talk about the frame. I could talk about every part of that truck. And I could talk about every competitor's truck because I did my research. That's what you need to do. You need to be certified in your business. And you're the person that's doing the certification. You got to get all your information. So make sure you're checking out all these websites, but that's for every single thing that you're talking to your clients about. Make sure you're checking it out before you ever get there. Second look. One of the nice things that First Priority has, let's say they say I already got a loan. I already went to a banker. I went to my savings and loan. They're not a mortgage banker, but they're great. I've had a relationship with them for 30 years. Terrific. What might be the advantage, somebody answer, to working with a mortgage bank and a regular bank? What's the advantage working with a mortgage bank over working with your regular savings and loan?
Mortgages all day.
Mortgages all day. So if I'm going to have brain surgery, am I going to a GP or am I going to a neurologist, a neurosurgeon?
Going to the specialist.
You got to go to a specialist. Why? Because that's what they do all day long. They know how to close it. Same with your attorneys. Work with real estate attorneys, not general attorneys. Why? Because they know how the ins and outs work and they get things done quickly and on time. And they understand the dates. They understand all those things. Same with your loan officers. Mortgage loan officers know mortgages. They know the market. They know the current rates. They know what the problems are right now. So whenever you can, is that always going to work? No. You're going to have people that come in and Paul's going to tell me, well, I've been using ESL for 25 years. They love me. I'm going to get the best rate. Say, you know what? That's great. But have a second look at First Priority. It doesn't cost you anything. And in fact, it's going to get a $50 gift card for a Visa gift card for you just for having a second look.
Now, quick question. So if they already went down and had somebody basically tell them what they would receive from the bank, I mean, just for me personally, I've noticed a lot of people really don't want their credit pulled twice. So how would First Priority, I mean, could they tell them what their credit score was and kind of give them like a ballpark or?
So the thing, yeah, go ahead, Jen. Jen used to be a mortgage person.
They actually, if the dates are, I think it's within a 30-day period, it does not affect your credit score.
Okay, because I wasn't sure. I'm like really temperamental about my credit score, so I try not to get it
as you should be, as we all should be, absolutely. And I believe from Christine's last presentation, but listen to her presentation. But I believe that if it's pulled within 30 days, it will not reduce your credit score.
Yeah, it's not a ding.
It will show up. in
It
too
will
many
show up, but
inquiries.
because you're basically shopping, they can
Yes.
see that you're looking for a mortgage because
Yes.
you've maybe
But
shopped.
too many of them can be detrimental. So going to 6 different mortgage companies is not a good idea.
That's correct.
Right.
I
So
was
it's,
a loan
2 or
officer
3.
at a credit union, so I did this side of it, the mortgage side of it.
Yeah, so 2 or
Okay,
3
great.
you can do. After that, you're kind of heading into dark waters.
Yeah, that's pretty good information because they usually it's always referenced back to me as like a hard hit or a soft hit, I believe.
Yes.
yep, a hard pull and a soft pull. Yep. And they'll probably do a hard pull to see. Yeah, Sean is shaking her head yes, because that they need to know. Soft pull doesn't give you much information. But this is, I mean, there's so many people out there now, and between Rocket Mortgage and Quicken Loans, which is, I believe, one and the same company, it's real easy to load an app on your phone and apply, click a couple of buttons. At the end of the day, do you want your clients dealing with an 800 number or somebody who's flesh and blood who comes into your office and you know who they are, who their manager is, and how to call the president of the bank, which I'm happy to share that information with you. So, it's just an extra added, and there's no benefit to you. It's not like you're getting anything out of it, but it's good information to be able to say to somebody, again, it's a differentiator for you to separate yourself from the pack. And, this is a great, and with the second look, I mean, first priority is just like, hey, I've looked over everything. You've got a great deal with your local bank. Good, it's great. Or I can match this rate, but I can't beat it. Or, they may have other programs that your buyer didn't even know they qualified for. So it's a great thing. I mean, you don't have to do it. But I think, again, it's a great little extra tool in the toolbox.
I agree. It's good information. I just wanted to know how to relay it back to someone, on pulling their credit and stuff, because that seems like the question I would ask.
Sure. And again, you can always defer to your first priority person to have them answer the question directly, so you aren't giving mortgage advice.
Jens?
I have a question. Did I understand correctly that in the beginning you said that you basically make the loan happen and you give them the money and you fund everything and then you sell it to another bank? Is that correct?
So most banks, when they originate a mortgage. That mortgage is then sold off to somebody else. I know people they've worked with Bank A, and in the first week, it's been sold 4 or 5 times. And
Right, because then you pay some other bank on the end. All of a sudden, you get like a statement from another bank, and that's kind of confusing. But I think I have to let the clients know about that too, how you guys are processing everything. So let's say I have my Bank of America loan, and it has never changed since. So I basically just stick to it, and it's a little easier to understand for people what happened afterwards. Either you guys take it on and have it for years and years and years, or all of a sudden there's another bank involved afterwards.
And you know what, Jens, tomorrow your Bank of America mortgage may get sold. I mean, you really just don't know. I've been in both boats.
Mm-hmm.
My
All
mortgage.
banks sell mortgages, but some maintain the servicing.
Okay.
So what you're seeing is Bank of America most likely sold it to like Fannie Mae, but they're servicing the mortgage. And that's why you never see that it changes, because all the information comes from them.
yeah, so there's lots of banking things, and these are great questions for your loan officer. And the other one, that portfolio loan, that's like a smaller community bank, and they actually hold the mortgage right there on property, and they do it for certain things, and they may do it for things that other people won't mortgage.
I have a client right now. He's approved for a loan. He showed me his paper and everything, and so he's basically approved for let's say $140,000. and then he has to do his down payment. And I think it's really low because it's the first home he's getting. So what can his house price be basically? What kind of house can he afford with all the closing costs and everything on the end?
That's a great question for your loan officer. We're not going to answer those kinds of specifics here because we're not loan officers. But there's also a mortgage calculator on your GoHanna dashboard. So if you have your GoHanna dashboard, you can kind of get a feel for that. Ask your manager to show you how to use that. Ask your manager to show you how to use that.
There are a lot of, you can go online on Google and Google mortgage calculator. And just, you know, as a point of reference, and I know Maggie, you would probably say this, but you know, buyers live in a payment, sellers live in the price. So, you know, you may have a buyer who's qualified to buy a $400,000 house, but they only feel comfortable paying a payment on a $150,000 mortgage. So, you know, there's a lot involved in that. And that's why it's great to be able to have a partner in a mortgage banker who you can ask the questions of, who you know the questions are going to get answered for your clients. Because there is a lot that gets involved in this. In New York State, every person who writes a mortgage needs to be licensed with an NMLS number. I've had more numbers in my lifetime than I care to remember. So, you know, leave it to the experts, but to have a good working knowledge is important. And thank you, Shauna, for your insights, because I'm rusty.
And remember this when you're talking about loan payments, you know, what's an average? So if you have an average house of 150,000, how much are they putting down? What was their credit rating? Because that's going to influence their rate. Did they get a fixed or an APR or a balloon payment? Did they, what factors are going to influence their loan? If every loan is different. Every payment's going to be different. I could sell the same house for the same amount of money to 10 different people and they would all have a different mortgage payment.
But we shouldn't even get into it too much like this. We shouldn't even ask too many questions what they are approved at.
First, and you want to make sure, one of the things I want to make sure that you're checking, if somebody says, yeah, I'm pre-approved, look at their pre-approval letter. I had a client sent me a pre-approval letter from a really well thought of bank. And what this it was pre-qualification, excuse me, not a pre-approval, pre-qualification letter. And it said rate to be determined, mortgage type to be determined, and the length of the loan to be determined. So what did I have?
Nothing.
I had a nice piece of scrap paper to make notes on. That's it. This was not a pre-qualification. It was signed by the bank. It was on bank letterhead. It was worthless. By contrast, my banker at First Priority sent a 2-page document with all of those things filled out and a breakdown of what their closing costs were going to be and their monthly mortgage was going to be. One was valid and had bearing and one was nothing. So make sure that you're seeing what they're talking about. Also, people don't really understand the jargon we use. So they may think a pre-qualification is a pre-qualification and it just might be thanks for applying for a loan. And it hasn't even been processed yet. You don't know until you look at it. So make sure you're looking at everything. Jen?
I'm going to climb up on top of my soapbox here for a moment.
Everybody sit down.
For those of you who have paid your dues to your local real estate board, you are now a realtor with a capital R. That's actually a designation that holds you even in higher regard than the state looks at you as a licensed salesperson. One of the things you have agreed to as a realtor is to never, ever show a home to someone who is not ready, willing, and able to buy that home. So what that means, and this is something that you need to explain to potential buyers out there. You're going to get a friend, you're going to get somebody on phone duty or meet them at an open house who says, oh, I want to go see 123 Main Street in 20 minutes. And the first question you're going to ask is, have you been pre-qualified or better yet, pre-approved by a financial institution? No, not yet, but I really want to go see that house. You're not supposed to show them that house until you know that they are financially capable of purchasing that house. And that's a really, really hard thing to do, because when you're new, you're going to want to get out there and you're going to want to make the appointments and you're going to want to show these houses and you're all excited. And there is absolutely positively nothing worse than showing a couple a $300,000 house and then finding out that they can only qualify for a $175,000 house. Because once you start showing them the houses that they actually can qualify for, they're going to hate them because they're not as nice as the $300,000 houses. So it's our job as realtors to explain to people the process and how it goes. And this is how I run my business as a realtor. And make the time to explain to them, this is the difference between a pre-qualification and a pre-approval letter. Two very different things. In New York State, most purchase offers need to be accompanied by a bank letter showing that, and somebody says, well, what if they're going to pay cash? You need a letter from a financial institution that says that Mrs. XYZ has, such and so bank account with enough funds in it to cover the full purchase price of 123 Main Street.
Yeah, I once had somebody give me an ATM receipt, which is not a valid proof of funds because they can move that in and out within 5 minutes.
Right. So it's your job to educate the client as you go. It will flush out a lot of looky-loos. If you have someone who is just like, well, I want to see this house, but I don't have time to call my bank, they're probably not a really bona fide buyer. Because anybody who's really a bona fide buyer is willing to jump through absolutely every hoop you tell them they need to jump through. And they'll do it quickly and happily. So, just be aware that you really and truly should not be showing houses unless you know in writing that they are ready, willing, and able to buy that house. And,
Yep.
think of it from the seller's perspective. If you're looking at a house and what you don't know is that the sellers had to get the kids out. They have 2 dogs. They had to get the 2 dogs out of the house. They had to clean the whole house. They had to put all the photographs away. It took them 2 hours to get the house ready for you to bring your client to show them. And your client's like, well, this is a beautiful house, but I could never afford this. Think of what that means to that seller, that they went through all of that work and agony for your looky-loo. And talk about reputations. You don't want to be that realtor. So I'm climbing down off my soapbox.
Okay, so it is important that you make sure that they are ready, willing, and able. Start your career day one as having those ethics, that you make sure that, again, if one person, you got to do it for every person because they can come back to haunt you. So make sure everybody, if you're making sure you're getting pre-qualification from one person, you got to get it from everybody. So be careful with that one. All right, there are 5 products that first priority we like to call 5 under 5. So did you guys know that you could get a conventional mortgage with 3% down? Okay, so you can have a 3% conventional. FHA is 3.5%. VA, none. USDA, none. Sunny Mae, 3%. You're going to get a copy of this form. Rates change all the time. They're at the lowest, historically low. You all know that. Might that change? You bet. When? Who knows? Could it be a buyer's market tomorrow? Probably, but unlikely. Right now, we're in a strong seller's market in most places except the rural areas. Rural areas will likely never be in a seller's market because they're rural. They're away from things and services and goods. So check out these numbers, then talk to your loan officers about what does all of this mean and how can I use it for my clients and how do I present this information to my clients? So everybody understand? This is how you're going to talk to your loan officer? Okay.
Are you sending us all the information? Or-
Yes. Yep. You'll get it all today. Quick reference guide. This is going to tell you the property eligibility, the mortgage insurance requirements, funding and guarantee. There's a loan limits, down payments. Okay, what are seller's concessions or seller payments? What are those? What's a seller concession? Anybody?
Isn't that pretty much when the seller pays the closing costs of the buyer in order to make sure the house closes?
You're on the right track. It's not all of the closing costs, but it's a percentage.
Yeah,
So
it's partial.
It's not
different-
like the taxes and obviously down payment stuff, but the other like attorney fees.
So here's how it is, Paul. It's a percentage of the sale price based on the type of loan. So some loans might have a 3% maximum, some might have a 6% maximum. Maybe my buyer needs 2% of the loan to help them close. It's aid in helping them to close. So oftentimes you might write an offer that's a little bit more to accommodate for that 2%. So it'll be built into their mortgage and the seller is going to pay it out of the proceeds. Sometimes it's straight from the seller. You offered them a price. And so if it's $100,000 house and I have 3% seller concessions at $3,000, what is the seller netting? How much? 100,000? 97,000. So you need to know the difference between what the rate is that you can have as a maximum on the type of loan that you've used. And once I've gotten my maximum concessions, let's say I had a 6% seller's concession and they've already agreed to that, but now we have a home inspection and there's repairs. Can the seller give any more money or credit to the buyer? Jody, no, they can't. That maximum is the maximum. They can do the repair, but they can't contribute any more money.
Because I have a situation like that now, and they are doing seller concessions on the mortgage, and then the like deck is rotted through, and it was like $5,000. So they said they'd fix it.
Yeah, so you can either renegotiate and lower the price. They can do the work, but they can't give any more cash.
What's a seller credit at closing then, where like the seller just gives them, the buyer, a check out of their own funds?
So better check with your loan officer and your attorney on the terms of your mortgages to make sure that you're within your concessions and your mortgage rights.
Okay, Jen, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, those deals are separate of the real estate transaction. Make sure the attorney is aware because that can be a little dicey depending on how it's handled.
Okay.
So it's very, very important that you understand these, and it's new realtors most of the time who get in trouble with this because they don't understand the fine lines. And if you're not dealing with a loan officer who's at a mortgage bank, they may not get it either. And now you got a problem when it gets to the closing table. So you got to be careful. So make sure everybody you're communicating with all the parts, lawyers and the bankers, all the way through. Does that make sense?
So just one quick question for you.
Sure, Michael.
Just being new at this, I'm trying to get it right too.
That's okay. I'm you in a class.
If the seller's concession isn't at a max, they would be able to give them money back at closing
Up to that
up
total.
to that total. Okay.
Yep.
And you got to understand that, and this was something when I was a brand new agent that was a very hard lesson to learn, that just because somebody has money for a down payment, they also need money for the closing costs. And don't forget to factor that in. Get some hard numbers from a mortgage bank person, because that can make or break a deal of whether or not somebody can go forward. And a lot of consumers out there, the civilians, are like, well, I've got my 3% down, I'm good to go. Well, it's 3% down, but you do need to have some skin in the game for your closing costs also. So, just keep that in mind, that down payments are separate from closing costs.
Okay, one thing we're gonna do right now, we have a baby who's playing with us. Everybody do this. Come on. You've all been with babies. Say peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. Okay, I'm done. I can't not play with a baby if I see a baby. Sorry. Blowing her kisses. They're adorable. So anyway, get to know this stuff. Get to talk to your loan officers. Talk with your manager about all the different ways that this can work, and all of these problems can be solved. Remember earlier I said how I was good at problem solving? This is problem solving. It's not a problem or an obstacle that can't be overcome. It's problem solving. How do you get from A to B? There's always a path. There's almost always a path. Every once in a while, there's not a path. And
Yeah,
when
but
there's
even
not,
when there's
that's
not
okay.
even when there's not a path, first priority will credit counsel people, or they will put people in touch with a bona fide credit counseling company and service. So just because, you meet somebody at an open house who thinks there's no way in heck they can ever afford a house, they're just looking, have them talk to somebody. I mean, I know an agent who does a lot of rentals. He said, I don't do rentals anymore because every time I got somebody who was a renter, he said, I was able to flip them into being a buyer. They had no idea that they actually could buy a house. But even those people who have dinged up credit, stay in touch with them and put them in touch with a first priority person who can put them in touch with a bona fide, a real credit counseling company. There are a couple out there that are legitimate. And,
Yeah.
I know people, if somebody puts their, has a little skin in the game, can repair their credit, and maybe 6, 8 months, 12 months from now, we'll be able to buy a home. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to problem solve, and there's a lot of resources out there to help people.
So you may have people that are on a 1 to 2 year plan to get a house. That's fine. That's great. That's people in your funnel for later on. And they're being taken care of, and you're going to stay in touch with them. Make sure that if you have somebody, like right now, I have a friend who's selling his house, and I referred it to one of my agents, but I went with her on the appointment because I was referring it and they wanted to see me involved. And he said, well, I'm going to pay off a whole bunch of stuff to make it easier. And I said, before you pay anything, call your loan officer and find out what she wants you to pay down on and how. Because a lot of times we don't really understand how banks look at things. So make sure the loan officer is involved in helping them to make the right choices. As they may pay off some credit card that nobody cares about, where the loan officer would have said it would have been better to put $50 down on this and $50 down on this and $50 down on this. And you don't need to know that, because who are you? Are you the resource or the source?
Resource.
Resource. Good. That's right. So path to home ownership. Let's see if I can rotate this. Oh, that's good. Let's try one more. There we go. So path to home ownership, you need to know how this works. You need to walk through this. We have a bunch of different documents on path to home ownership. This is first priorities. First, it's the getting the pre-approval. And a pre-approval is different from a pre-qualification. Who can tell me how they're different? I know Shauna knows, but who else knows? What's the difference between a pre-approval and a pre-qualification?
One, they're actually approved. The other one's just kind of an assumption.
It's a little more than assumption, but you're close. So a pre-qualification is based on what you told me, this is what you qualify for. A pre-approval is, we've looked up your credit score, we've vetted your work, and we know who you owe and where you are on your payments. They've actually done the homework and looked into things and know your actual credit competency. Does that make sense? So pre-approval is a really good thing. Pre-qualification is an okay starting point. So which one do you want to go in and writing offers with?
The approval.
The pre-approval. And that means they're going to have their paperwork. So are you always going to have that? No, not especially not in a seller's market. So Kevin Duffy calls me today and says, Maggie, can you take me out to see a house? Yeah, let's get you a pre-approval or a pre-qualification. He wants to see that house. I think this is my house. Pre-qualification is all he's going to be able to do today. It's going to take me a couple of days to get that pre-approval, but we're going to at least find out that he's ready, willing, and we think able to buy that house based on preliminary paperwork so I can move forward. Does that make sense?
So the pre-approval happens in the same shot as the pre-qualification?
Yes, but they're different in that when I go call my loan officer, I call Ryan, who's my loan officer, and I say, hey, Ryan, I work at this job. I make this amount of money. I've been in my house for 3 years. I have a car loan. It's $541.82 a month. I pay this much for my rent. I have a couple of credit cards, and here's my balance. Jen?
Yeah, pre-qualification is basically, they're just taking their word. They'll pull your credit, so they'll know your credit score, but they're just taking your word for how much you make. Pre-approval, they're going to do the hard pull again, but it's W-2s, tax returns. So yeah, I mean, and I think to answer your question, Kevin, if somebody gets a pre-qualification letter from bank XYZ, they can, once they go to contract, they can go to a different bank and qualify with a different bank. They don't have to stick with that bank that gave them the pre-qualification letter. Yeah, pre-qualifications are almost worthless, but it's still acknowledged as the piece of paper that needs to accompany the purchase offer.
So the pre-qualification actually allows us to start showing them properties though?
Yes.
Okay, that they're serious.
Yep, and again, check with your manager and see what the local practice is. I'm a pretty hardcore realtor when it comes to that. They may say, a lot of realtors are like, oh, I give everybody one freebie showing without coughing up a bank letter.
Mm-hmm.
Because you do have to get to know them. Yeah, it stinks for the seller if you're showing them something that they really and truly can't afford, but ask your manager, say, what's the local practice? Is it really hard and fast? It should be hard and fast, but I know the reality of it is that that's not.
So if I'm a buyer's agent and I'm taking out a buyer to look at a house, and the listing agent says, tell me about your buyer, and you say, I have a well-qualified, you better know they're well-qualified.
I know here in the Southern Tier where, me and my wife are obviously going to do this together, but where we were at, when I went and I bought my home, at first, that's what we thought is we just needed like a pre-qualification. And when I took it in there, the agent was honest and upfront. He said, this is great, but I don't want to take and show you homes that you potentially could or could not afford. He said, I need you to get a pre-approval letter, and simply just told me to go back and talk with him. And that's what we did.
Right. And
it does separate the wheat from the chaff very quickly. If somebody is willing to dig out their tax returns, print out their W-2s, 1099s, whatever, if you're willing to go through those hoops, you're also going to be willing to jump through the hoops because you really and truly want to buy a house. Go ahead.
But in addition, it elevated that realtor to a professional. Not to somebody who's fly by night, didn't really know what they were doing, didn't really care, but somebody who was saying, listen, to get you what you need, that's what I need from you. And it elevates you. So, elevate yourself. Jody?
I had an issue, not an issue, but I met with a client who thought because they could afford their rent, they could afford a mortgage. So we sat down and talked, and I gave them our first priority. And I said, give Sarah a call. We'll see like where you're at, and then we'll go from there. And they called me back and they said they couldn't do it. But she gave them all sorts of great resources to get where they wanted to be. And she thought in 6 months she'd be able to. So you don't want to waste your client's time either showing them houses because they don't know that they didn't realize, well, I can pay my rent, so I can pay a mortgage. Like they didn't realize all the other stuff that goes along with it.
Right.
So I
And
thought
they
that
may
was
be
just,
paying their rent, but they might have a credit score of 580.
yeah.
And if they got a credit score of 580, they're not getting a mortgage. They got to do some work. They got to clean it up. 620 is considered pretty much the bottom. You're not getting the best rates if you're 620, however, so it costs more. So they may have done some practice online using, 2 3/4% or 3 1/4% or whatever it is, but theirs is going to be 5%. There's a big difference. I'm old enough to have lived through, when I bought my first house, I had a VA loan. We had a nice low fixed mortgage rate of 11.5%. Yes, I see some eyeballs going up. That was a low rate. My friend said, oh, you need to do what we do. We got an adjustable rate mortgage at 7.5%. In 1 year, my 11.5 stayed at the same rate. Theirs went to 17.8%. And
Sure
they
they
can
didn't
no
apply for
longer
a credit
afford their
card?
house. Pardon me?
So you sure they weren't applying for a credit card?
Yeah, this is our mortgage.
Yeah, way back when mortgage rates at one point in history were in the low 20s. So yeah, it's funny when people are like shocked when it's up to 6%. We're like, that's still, look, Google more history of mortgage interest rates, and it really is fascinating because what we're living in now is unprecedented low rates. It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's almost like free money.
And I'm not 100. I'm close to 100, but I'm not 100. So it wasn't, a reasonable amount of time. These were, my friends lost their house.
And you know what, at the end of the day, though, it just proves to you that regardless of what's happening with politics, the market, interest rates, people still need to buy and they still need to sell. And, we'll talk about that in whenever it is, Thursday or whenever, about, prospecting to people, because there's always a market
Oops.
out there. You just have to find the people.
I went too far and stayed too long. So here's some rate indicators as of December 3rd. This has changed. But this is a good sample. We're going to send you this so you can kind of look at it, see what you'll be looking at. This is a quick reference. I can't speak. Quick reference for an application checklist. These are some of the things you're going to need. Again, you're going to get this whole stack. And then also you're going to get a glossary of bank terms. So you'll have that as well. So that's our banking. Christine does a great job with this on the video link from YouTube. So we'll send you that. She did it for our last fast start and you can watch that. I encourage you to. It says it's like 2.5 hours. That's with another class at the end. So it's not 2.5 hours for the bank portion. So just watch, it's the first part of it. So just watch that beginning. I would encourage you to do that. All right, Jen, what we got now? Insurance and Dirjalis.
Yeah, do you want, I don't have, do you have the PowerPoint up?
Sure, somewhere. Let me go find it.
I was gonna say I'm trying to multitask here.
I know, I understand. We're always multitasking, for those of you who don't know. Let me go find
We
it.
wear several hats.
We do. We are always up to trouble is what it is. Dirjalis and benefits. This is the most recent one. All right.
Anybody watch the Browns game against Pittsburgh last night? Crazy.
I'm a Steelers fan. That one was tough.
I turned it
Steelers,
off
Bills,
after the
and
first quarter.
Browns.
Angels happy. Ravens won.
All right, let's go. All right,
What
here
do
we
you do
go.
in a pandemic? You watch every football game that's on TV.
Or read, that's what I do.
And
Great.
again, I'm always multitasking.
All right, so let's get into this. Oh, great. So secure advantage, Dirgelis, we talked a little bit about that first thing this morning. Group insurance plans. What's a group insurance plan mean for you? It means you have lower rates than if you were doing it on your own. You will be contacted within the first 30 days. Have any of you been contacted by your rep? Okay, so you'll get a call. Make sure you take
No.
it to have these conversations because they can help you. They can help you with your income, with a tax savings plan, a life insurance plan, disability income, long-term insurance or long-term care, health insurance, dental and vision, retirement savings plan. You should all be, the younger you are, the more important it is for you to get in as young as you can, because if you put in a ridiculously small amount of money from the time you're young and you keep it up, Max, you were talking about wealth management. This is wealth management. If you start when you are young and continue to add to that as you get older, you will not be one of the people who are in my age bracket who say, I never saved and I'm going to have to work until I'm 100. I sold whole life insurance when I was 19 years old. I've been saving since I was 19 years old, so I'm good. And I can guarantee you this worked for you. And I got my kids doing this as well. Rollover, employment retirements, investment strategies, and a college savings plan. These are all available to you through Howard Hanna. These are great programs. Not every broker has this. So when, as the years go by and you become successful and you start to get recruited by other people, and you will if you're successful, you need to ask, is this stuff covered too? Because this is part of what you get for being in a company like this. So make sure that you're comparing apples to apples and not apples to kumquats. And a lot of agents lose sight of that. So make sure it makes sense what you're talking about. Tax savings plan. So I've been in commission jobs since I was 16 years old. My dad was a salesperson his entire life. So from the very first time I got my very first commission paycheck when I was 18, I had a business operating account and I had a tax account. And I have the discipline with money to leave it in that account. If you do not have that discipline, you're not good with your money, you can't leave it alone, set up accounts through Dirgelis. They can set up a business operating account and they can set up a tax account. Every time you get paid, you need to put money aside for your business, marketing, CE classes, signs, advertising, desk fees, and you need to put aside tax income. Anybody know what the suggested rate from your commission check is you should be put aside for taxes?
I was told
31%.
about 30%.
30 is the suggested rate. And guess what? If it's too much, you get a bonus at the end of the year. Or you put it into another account, you move it over to your business operating account and use it to grow your business, which is what I would suggest.
Is there ever a situation where it's not enough?
It's over 33%, it should never not be enough. If it's not, you do not have a good tax accountant. And if you're an independent contractor, you need a tax accountant. You should have one. TurboTax is not a tax accountant. Why?
Yeah, and
Because
Kevin,
you're
if
going to
you're,
make more money.
yeah, I was going to say, you know, there are some agents who have, 2 or 3 different businesses. So, I mean, if you're pulling in, I mean, I'm no tax person, but if you're pulling in, 700 grand, your 33% might not be enough. I mean, everybody should have a good tax preparer, and ask your manager, ask somebody in your office who is has been in the business a long time, who does a lot of business, ask them, say, who prepares your taxes? Make sure it's a tax preparer who is conversant in real estate. No matter what they charge, it's worth every penny. And you all starting out, you may be like, I don't have, $500, $600, $700 to pay a good tax preparer. Budget that as a business expense. Check with the tax preparer to see what is a good business expense. Because you are all now business owners, you've got to start taking really good records, keeping track of everything that you spend money on, from, the receipt from Department of State paying the $55 to your education. Is that a write-off? Ask all those questions of a good tax preparer who does have real estate experience.
I used to own a different business. I had 9 to 10 people who worked for me. I had a tax preparer. She knew which pieces of equipment I could depreciate and over time, and which ones were better to just write off right away. She knew how much I needed to put away for myself, for my taxes. She knew what portion of my house I could write off if I used it 80% of the time for working on my business. My tax preparer always saved me at least twice what it cost me to pay her. So she always paid for herself. I believe you would find that true of anybody. So a tax savings account, if you're not good at holding your own money, they can put it aside for you. They can pull it automatically right out of your check, deduct it out, so you never even see it, which for a lot of people is the only way for them to save. And we want you to be, one of the reasons people leave real estate is they feel cash poor because they don't know how to manage their money. They get a check and they spend the whole thing, and then they're in trouble in 6 months. So we don't want you to be in that boat. We want you to be comfortable with what you're doing and feel like you have some control over your paycheck. And how many of you have ever been worked on commission before? Those of you who've worked on commission are at an advantage because you know what that is like. And if you've done it twice on purpose, then you're okay with that. It's challenging when you've had a paycheck to go to commission. But there's an awful lot of people out in the world who've done it very successfully. So don't let it intimidate you. Start your business right. From your very first time you get paid, put money aside for the things that you need to. I can't stress that enough. And we're going to talk about business planning throughout Fast Start. Life insurance, you're going to get some from Howard Hanna because you work for the company. And then there's other insurance that you're going to well, wait, do you get it as an independent contractor? Do we get it? Nope, sorry, you don't. You have to buy it. I forgot. I get mine now because I'm an employee. So you can purchase life insurance. Everybody should have at least a little bit of life insurance to pay for, stuff. Disability income, talk with the rep. What makes sense? What's a sensible thing to do? What can you afford? Long-term insurance care. This is for home health aides and nursing homes. The younger you buy this, the better. When my father left his company, which was Procter & Gamble, after 32 years of business, he had long-term health care. My mom went into long-term health care. He didn't have to pay a dime. It was great. If anybody knows anything about nursing homes right now, it's something like $12,000 a month. So it can be a really good thing because it can make the difference between the quality of care that you receive, where you can afford to be. So if that's on your radar, you may want to think about that. Health insurance. We all know the value of health insurance. Talk to them about what the best rates are, what they can do for you, and if it makes sense compared to other products that you can buy. Comprehensive dental. Nice thing if you need it. If you don't have good teeth, having good dental insurance can make the difference between you getting your teeth taken care of and not. And your teeth can affect your entire body. So that can be a good thing. Vision. All of this is available to you. We even have pet insurance available somewhere. Retirement savings plans. You need to start a savings plan if you don't already have one and need or contribute. So these are things for you to talk to the experts about. You're jealous. Investment strategies. Again, they're going to contact you. These are all the things that you can be getting into. That was a different rep. You'll be contacted by a rep from your area. So I'm gonna stop that share. So the insurance, we're really lucky we have it. They're great people. Talk to them about what you already have. If you have some stuff with your spouse, that may be a better route for you. But if you don't, and you don't have anything, this is an opportunity for you to get at least in on group health care.
Yeah, and it's nice to just have, again, a resource that's a human being in your local marketplace to call and ask questions of. To meet with them, it doesn't cost you anything. Obviously, most real estate boards also offer group insurance. I know, I'm quite sure they're not as comprehensive as what we offer. And, if you've stayed in touch with anyone who you went to real estate school with, reach out and say, hey, does your broker offer this kind of stuff? Because I guarantee you the answer is going to be a resounding no. One thing just to keep in mind that didn't get covered on those PowerPoints, there's also something called income advantage that wouldn't apply to you all as being brand new, but if after your first year in the business where you have closed some deals and you've got commission income, the company has different tiers of how you can, it's basically a draw, if anybody's familiar with that. But you can basically get a check, I believe it's once a month or every other week, that's basically a draw on future commission. And it's something that I've never heard of any other real estate broker offering. So again, ask your manager about it. You wouldn't qualify unless you have moved to Howard Hanna from another broker and can prove commission income prior to. That's certainly worthy of a conversation. And for some people, it's nice to be able to get something that's a regular, almost like paycheck-ish. And I know of some high earning agents who use that as their tax funding money. They decide what amount they want every month or every 2 weeks, however it gets paid out. And that's the money that they put into to fund their tax account. So, there's all sorts of different ways to look at it. But again, it is another option that Howard Hanna offers. It's called income advantage. So, but you do have to have, I believe it's 12 months of commission income behind you in order to start. So something else to look forward to.
Yeah, it's 12 months and you have to have a certain amount of production. Talk to your managers. They know some of the details, and certainly your reps do.
Right.
Okay, so Howard Hanna exclusive programs. We're going to talk a little bit about what differentiates ourselves. Boy, that was an awkward sentence. We're going to talk a little bit about what differentiates us. So we're going to introduce programs and products and services that distinguish Howard Hanna, discuss guidelines for use and practical applications.
Hey, Maggie, I'm not seeing your screen.
Oh, I thought I shared it. See how I am? Hang on.
It takes a village.
It does, especially when I'm one of the
For all
villagers. I'm the mad villager, so that crazy person in the corner. It's me. So we're going to discuss the competitive advantages of working for Howard Hanna. So we have some of our differentiators, the things that set us apart. Our exclusive and proprietary tools and programs that benefit buyers, sellers, and you as an agent. And they give you the opportunity to satisfy your clients with effectiveness. And that's what we need, right? We need to be effective. We need to be able to say, this is why you want to choose me from everybody else. So if the people across the top of your screen are all from different companies, and all of you are going to the same listing, what's going to set you apart? So what are some of those things? Howard Hanna programs are unique and a sustainable competitive advantage, and they do set you apart from your competitors, and they provide value. What does everybody want? Everybody wants a value, right? They want to get the biggest bang for their buck. They want to get the most that they can get for the least that they can spend. What sets you apart? So one of the things I like to ask new agents to do is, and every agent I talk to actually, is you want to create a personal value statement, and then you want to marry that personal value statement to your company's value statements. So what sets you apart? What are you as an individual going to do that's different from the other individuals in your company, in your office, in your area? And how does your company enhance what you are going to do? If you don't have a value statement that you can repeat quickly and easily to sellers and buyers, that's something you need to work on. I wrote down value statements for sellers and value statements for buyers, and I kept editing them and I kept saying them out loud, and then I ran them past family and friends until I was comfortable saying what my value statement was, what I was going to bring that was different from everybody else. And I really believe that you need to have a value statement. And then you got to marry it to Howard Hanna. How are the two of you going to work together? So one of the things new agents do is, I got to get my own brand. I got to get my own logo. I got to get my own everything. So Jen, who's the biggest realtor in Capital Region?
Oh, gosh. There are several. Let's see, Sharon Byrne comes to mind. She's out of the Saratoga office, does a ton of new construction.
Never heard of her. Have any of you heard of what's Sarah?
Sharon.
Sharon, see, Sharon Byrne. Anybody ever heard of Sharon Byrne? How many of you have heard of Howard Hanna? Okay. I work in Rochester, New York. We have the #1 agent in 10 states. Her name is Holly Creek. How many of you have heard of Holly Creek? How many people outside of Rochester have heard of Holly Creek? How many of you have heard of Howard Hanna? The brand is bigger than you are. The brand has more power than you do. Marry yourself to the brand. Don't worry about your own logos. Nobody cares if you got a pretty little house, a little street, smoke coming up, and wait until you become really successful to get all that stuff. Just work with your brand. I see some laughing and smiling from Justin and Karen over here, and Aaron's smiling pretty good too. I'm not kidding. Nobody cares. They don't care. That's important to you. It's not important to them. It's like wearing your favorite shirt. You love it. It's comfortable. It's great. Your friends don't care. Oh, what's special about your shirt? It's blue. You like it. It's special to you. Whatever. It's not special to anybody else. The way you differentiate yourself is the level of service that you're giving. So what sets you apart? Don't be afraid to be different. Be afraid of being the same as everyone else. You don't want to be exactly the same. If I'm a brand, if I'm a computer, what kind of computer do I want to be?
ATD.
What else? Who else? If I'm a computer, what kind of computer do I want to be? I know there's got to be at least one here. It's going to say an Apple or a Mac, right? I'm an Android person. I'm a PC person myself, but you know, we all have an idea what the top brand is. What's the best hotel chain in the world?
Marriott, right?
Not even close, Tim. I used to work for them.
Choice.
You're going to talk like Ritz-Carlton. Or in Hong Kong, the Mandarin Hotel. If you ever see pictures, you're going to see this guy in a turban. I've met the guy in the turban. I've been to that hotel many times. Beautiful. It's a luxury hotel. My company put me up. I could never afford to stay there. But you want to be the best brand. Howard Hanna is one of those brands. It's well known in the United States. So make sure that you're not the same. You're different. What are you going to do that's different? These are really important things early on to get right. What's different about you? What are you going to do? And how is your company going to back that up? We stand behind our word. We alleviate concerns. We streamline and improve the experience of real estate transaction. That's part of our mission and vision statement. Our mission statement ends with that we take the real estate experience and make it less complicated. It's important because people don't understand the real estate process, and it's a bugger. And in New York State, because it's an attorney state, it's worse than most other places. It's much more time consuming. Buy before you sell. That's a program through First Priority. So if a homeowner has a home, they have 70% equity in their home, they can go and buy another home before they sell the home they're in.
It's a bridge loan.
It's a bridge loan. In many areas, not all areas, in Western New York, we have this. In Eastern New York, I don't think we do. I'm not sure about Central and Southern Tier. Sunday Showcase of Homes, it's a television show. This was something we had when we were Nothnagel here in Rochester, and it's been around for almost 30 years. And during COVID, viewership went up like 40%. Guess why? Everybody was home. So they got to look at people's houses. People love to peek in houses. If you have it in your area, get a slot, a regular slot, and get your homes on Sunday Showcase of Homes. You can buy a subscription. It comes out in October. So start selling houses so you can buy a subscription. You can split it with other people in your office even. It's a great thing. Homes of Distinction. This is for people who are selling houses over $650,000. Does this mean you can sign up today? Oh, I want to sell houses over $650,000. No, you have to have an established record of working in that market, and then you have to pass a certification course and then be accepted to the program. Once you do, it's a great program. But if that's a market you're looking to work in, there's a goal. Talk to your manager about what that means. If this is a goal for you, talk about it early. How do I get to be part of this program? Because guess what? You're going to want to shadow and work with somebody who's already a Homes of Distinction agent, because you want to see how they run their listings, because it's different. It's more. You're not selling $650 million listings without knowing what the specialties that you're going to provide. It is not the same. You may have caterers do your open houses. You may have, it's different. Your marketing is going to be different. Mortgage programs. We have things where they can just click online to find out if they're ready to go. Apartment dwellers. That's a program we have. We don't use it very much in New York State. Actually, I don't think it's used much across the company. It's different for every single person. It depends on how much rent they have left, where they're renting, what they're buying, and it sort of gets wrapped up into the new sale. We don't just give them $2,000 to pay for their loan to buy a new house, Jen.
It comes out of your commission. That's why it's not used very much.
Well, no one
That's sort
likes
of the
to hear
bottom
that.
line.
And it might make sense for some people, and it might make sense for a situation, but it is a program we offer, so you should know how it works. So your manager is going to be who you're going to talk to. They may or may not even talk to you about it, because we don't use it very much, to be honest. Find it first. You don't do this at all, right, Jen? You're muted.
Actually, we have some agents who do. And so this is basically, and again, this is a regional thing. Talk to your branch manager about Find It First. Some offices have embraced it, some haven't. It's basically using the window of time you have when you take a listing before it goes live to the general public, where you can share that information with only Howard Hanna agents. Why are you shaking your head, Maggie?
Because it's not only Howard Hanna. You can, so Find It First, it'll go out to Howard Hanna's websites, and it'll stay off Zillow and those websites, but you can share it with co-brokes.
You can promote it on social media as a find it first. It's a very dicey thing in our marketplace. So that's why you need to be very strict with, because you're under a time constraint for a number of hours from the time that you take a listing to it going live on the MLS. Is
Yeah,
it
so
72 hours?
in
Maybe?
ours, it's 24.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought
but
it
we
was
do,
across.
but we can do Find It First Fridays, and it's 24 hours business day. So we do Fridays, gives us Saturday, Sunday, and it's got to go in the MLS on Monday morning. And it's been used very successfully in Western New York.
Yeah, the purpose of this, I mean, and it's not any different from if you're in an office meeting and you say, hey, I have a listing coming up, it's going live on Friday, it's a Colonial in Clifton Park, it's 3,000 square feet, and I'm going to be listing it for 375. And then people are like, oh, when can I make a showing for it? There are some managers who are adamant against this, to say you need to put it out to the universe because that is the best thing for your sellers, which is absolutely positively true. This just does give a leg up to maybe the agents in your office, an agent across town. Things sell so quickly. It's so much easier to sell. All right, I'll back up a little. In most of our areas of upstate New York, we are the market leader, depending on which micro region you're in. So what that means is that it's a numbers game. The majority of transactions that get done between Howard Hanna agents. So you may be the listing agent, another Howard Hanna agent's going to be bringing the buyer. It's a numbers game because there's more Howard Hanna agents than any other broker's agents out there. So, the probability is that we're going to do more transactions together than with another broker. So this is it's basically it's like we're giving you a preview of a house that's coming on the market soon. Does it give you a leg up? Does it disqualify other brokers' buyers? No, it doesn't. But I don't want to say it's a gimmick. It's a great, we had a whole marketing campaign for this. It's a differentiator.
It's designed to increase your market share, and increased market share increases your opportunity for business as an agent. However, it's still open to all brokers, and that's an important thing because we never want to be seen as somebody that doesn't work with the competition well in our area. So talk to your manager. Some areas are very much against it. Some areas have very much embraced it. Whatever your area is doing, I encourage you to do what your area is doing, and talk to your manager about how they're using it. But market share is an important thing, and because the more green and yellow signs you see out there, the more likely people are to call those offices, which is why we have offices everywhere. Howard Hanna exclusive money back guarantee. So how many of you have heard of the money back guarantee? 100% money back guarantee. How many of you think that's bogus? Okay, it's a real program. It really happens. It really happens about less than 1% of the time. Seller only has to do a 6-month listing. So I would encourage you, if you're writing paperwork for what's today, the 11th, I would do 6 months, and I would use the last day of that 6th month, not the 11th, because it may not be 180 days. And I'm not going to do the math on the 180 days. I just add 10 days. I might add 20 days. I usually use the last day of the next month. But if it's the 30th, guess what? I go 1 month further. I always do. I just pad it. So you don't have to. If you want to count out the 180 days, you can, but you got to make sure the list date, it's got to have enough squish room. So if something happens, it's 180 days for it to be used. So they have to have a 6-month listing, cost the seller nothing. A sign goes on the property. It's marked in any advertising, print media that you do. If there's television, all of that, it's marked as 100% money back guarantee. How it's used is between $75,000 and $600,000. Houses have to apply, and there's a whole big sheet on this, and you'll need to read through that. Buyer can say, I want to invest in that 100% money back guarantee. Can any broker sell that house and use it? Only Howard Hanna. This is Howard Hanna to Howard Hanna. So a Howard Hanna agent is listing. A Howard Hanna agent is the buyer's agent. Doesn't have to be the same agent, can be any Howard Hanna agent. Their buyer says, I want to invest in it. I'm relocating. I'm not sure about the area. Not sure about my job. I'm not sure about the house. I'm not sure about the proximity to the highway. I'm not sure about the proximity to the cow farm or whatever.
I'm not sure about my spouse.
I'm not sure about my spouse. And that might be a legit, it can be because they can buy it back. Howard Hanna will buy it back at 100% of the price the buyer bought it at, with a whole bunch of little asterisks and tiny print within 1 year for no reason. They do not have to have a reason, but there are some things that they do have to do. I'm not going to go into all those details today. Please go over it with your manager. It's a legit program. And then at closing, they have to pay 1% of the closing costs to enact it. 99% of the time, even the small percent that say they want it, when they get to the closing table, by then they're feeling more comfortable and they decide not to do it. But we have bought houses back. Jen?
This is an insurance policy that is vetted and approved by the New York State Department of Insurance. This is a real insurance policy. And again, like so what it really is, it's a marketing tool for you all as agents. Yes, it is a legitimate insurance policy that the buyer buys and it costs them 1%. Is it ever invoked? Almost never. But it is a real thing. That 1% buys the buyer a 1-year policy. And for, no reason, they can say, yeah, you know what? Howard Hanna, buy the house back. Okay. And like Maggie said, there's lots of fine print that goes with that. But at the end of the day, you need to be conversant enough with this product, because when you're on your first or next listing appointment, this should be a part of that conversation of, again, what differentiates yourself from everybody else out there. This is one of the biggies. And to a seller, it costs them nothing. Oh, by the way, they have to sign the listing agreement at X% commission. Check with your manager, because I know what it is in the capital region, but I don't know what it is across the state. There is a threshold of commission, and it's not a discounted fee in any way, shape, or form, that the seller needs to agree to pay you to list their property. I have an agent who has a great marketing plan that he shows at a listing appointment and never talks about commission or the price of the house until the very end. But he's differentiating himself. He said, this is the marketing I'm going to do. This is the advertising I'm going to do for your home. I offer a home warranty. Your house qualifies for the 100% money back guarantee program, which doesn't cost you anything. You've got extra added marketing. It's free to you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. And then at the very end, they're like, well, and they try to negotiate his commission. And said, well, if I'm going to lower my commission, then the 100% money back guarantee comes off the table, as well as the home warranty coming off the table. You're turning me into a discount broker, and that's not who I am. His success rate of getting full commission is about 89% of the time. People are like, well, wait, I want those two things. Okay, in order to get this whole slate of tools I'm going to give you to sell your house, it's going to cost you X. Okay. So this is really what it's a bona fide insurance product.
But why did the seller care about it?
It brings more buyers to the table.
Because
It's
on the end, he could save 1% or so when he negotiates. This one doesn't give him really extra money in his pockets.
Well, it does. If you bring more buyers, potential buyers, you bring more money. The more people you bring to the home, the more money you bring, opportunity you bring for
And then
cash.
still the buyer has to buy into that program, right?
Well,
Yes.
no, they only
Yeah,
have.
the buyer, the
Well,
buyer does.
buyer has to buy into it after they get there and write a purchase offer. But what we need to do is get them to the door, get them to the appointment, and more, it brings more people to the appointment. The more people I can bring to the appointment by right pricing the house, right marketing the house, and my presentation, the better my seller's going to do at the negotiation table.
And also, I know in our area, we are doing in-person open houses, socially distanced. But when a home has the 100% money back guarantee on the listing, and you have a little tent sign on the kitchen counter of this house that's listed, and every broker and their agent comes through, and you get a XYZ company agent coming in with their buyer, and their buyer is like, oh, I'm interested in learning more about the 100% money back guarantee. Sorry, Miss Buyer, that's only for people who are represented by Howard Hanna. All's fair in love, war, and real estate. And when we first rolled this program, this insurance policy, this program is the oldest product that Howard Hanna has. It's been around for over 30 years. And when we first rolled it out as a new acquisition to Howard Hanna, so many agents were like, but that's not fair. We're like, we're in business. We are in business to be sure that we do the very best for our sellers. And this does separate your seller's listing over everybody else's. It gets extra marketing, and it's a extra added level of marketing that they don't have to pay for. And yeah, in this marketplace, where we're in with the crazy sellers market, okay, maybe it won't make a difference. It's really there, though, to ensure that you get your full commission. We are not a discount broker in any way, shape, or form. We are worth every penny, and you need to believe that with every fiber of your being. Because if you start discounting your commission, you're with the wrong broker. We are the Cadillac, the Porsche, the Tesla of real estate companies out there. And yep, I buy my paper products at Walmart, and I'm so cool with getting a value. If you have someone who's looking for a value in trying to sell their house, they may need an education, or they may need another realtor, not you.
So Jens, one of the things I say when I go to a seller, a listing, I always have the 100% money back guarantee. And this is what I say, and it's very short and sweet.
That's what I wanted to ask. How often is this used by agents?
I use it every time. And I know a lot of agents who do. I know agents who never touch it because they don't know how to speak to it. This is what I say. So we offer 100% money back guarantee. It's used by 2 Howard Hanna agents. What we know is, first of all, it's free for you. It doesn't cost you anything. At the buy end, it's going to cost your buyer something, but we don't need to worry about that. We know it's going to bring more buyers.
Okay.
That's it. I'm done.
Mhm.
When I get to my contract dates, first of all, I say I don't take listings for less than 6 months. My intention is to sell it on the first weekend.
Right.
But I don't take listings for less than 6 months with or without a home 100% money back guarantee. I don't take them. Why? Because I want to make sure that they're in it with me. If they don't trust me enough to work with me over however long it takes to sell their house, then I don't want somebody who's going to turn right around after I've done all the hard work and then hire somebody that I brought through to sell the house 3 months later because of something. So I need to get them, I need to know that they like me enough to work with me for the next 6 months, that I'm the realtor. I'm the realtor, not anybody else. So that's all I say. It doesn't cost you anything. It's going to bring more buyers. We put a writer right on the sign. It gets us extra marketing. That's it. They're like, okay. If you believe in it, speak to things simply. It's when we overcomplicate things that things get muddy. Don't be complicated. Be really simple. Write it down. Break it down to its simplest parts, and then present the simplest parts.
Hey,
And then
Maggie,
you can use it on all. I can't think of any reason why you wouldn't, except that it doesn't fall within the parameters. And I don't discount you're not gonna pay me full price, we're not working together. Unless you got a $2 million listing. We may talk about that. It may be different. If I get one of those, I'll talk to my manager. We'll discuss what seems like a good idea.
Does somebody else have a question?
Yeah, Jennifer,
Keith.
Maggie, you mentioned the 1%. That would be the price the buyer would pay. Is that 1% of purchase price or 1% of loan amount?
Purchase price.
Purchase price.
Okay, thank you.
I had one quick question, if I may.
Sure.
I heard you say that it's a Howard Hanna agent. You know, both of them had to be to do this.
Yes.
So what if you have a buyer come in that's with a different firm other than Howard Hanna? I mean, if they're
So
under
if-
contract, how does that work
So-
with another agency?
So Michael, you come in, you're my buyer. You're working with Max. Max works with XYZ Realty. I say, and Mike says, well, I'd really like to get in on that. Say, unfortunately, this is only available to Howard Hanna agents.
Isn't it
It's
just-
up to Max to maintain that relationship. If Michael walks away and says, I want to break my contract, I'm going to work with a Howard Hanna agent to get this, that doesn't really happen. Honestly, that doesn't really happen, but that's within the buyer's rights to do so.
Isn't it discrimination?
No. No, because we're clear. We're clear on it right from the beginning. There's no discrimination. Because we don't have it for one person and not for another. It's only a Howard Hanna program for within Howard Hanna.
You're
I
not
will tell-
discriminating on anyone on race or religion or anything like
No,
that.
no, there's no
Right.
discrimination. It's
Right.
only available to our agents, period. And we
I will
never
tell
do
you,
an exception.
when this was rolled out in the capital region, boy, were our competitors not happy. And they jumped up and down, screamed and yelled, and they didn't have a leg to stand on. It is a bona fide insurance policy that we offer our clients, beginning, middle, and end. You see, you know, some of these real small brokers who are like, I'll buy your home if it doesn't sell in 30 days. Well, talk about fine print. You know, they've got loads of fine print. So this truly is, it's a differentiator at the end of the day.
I believe we're the only company, period, that does it.
And we as a company had to go to each state that we're in and prove to that state's insurance department that we were solvent enough to every year buy back 10 houses if we had to, every single year. I think the max that Howard Hanna has ever bought back in 1 year is 3. Most years they don't buy any back. Just to sort of tell you the scope of how this goes, that it really is a marketing thing for agents to be guaranteed top commission. But they had to prove that they were a solvent enough company that yes, we can afford to offer this, which is a big deal. Not very many brokers can say that.
So, and that's a really valid point. Anything that we do like this that has to get vetted through the states, it's arduous. So they're legit programs, and you will hear some of your competitors say that's not a real program. Yes, it is. It's a real program, but you can't use it. You're not in on it. But it's not at all discriminatory because we say it's only for our company. So nothing discriminatory here. It's the same for everybody. If we once broke the rule, guess what? We'd have to do it across the board. And we don't do that.
It feels a little bit to me that it's, I would be afraid it's like false advertising. Like if you're going to put it on the sign outside, but you know, and then if someone comes in, is it just to get people in through the door? I guess I'm a little confused about that.
It's to bring people, it's one of the aspects to bring, it's one of many marketing pieces to bring people in. And we do have a little signboard that you can put out that has, you have flyers you can hand out. So if you're concerned about what it means, you can hand them out, and it has some of the policy about it.
Right, the details on it.
Yeah.
Got it.
So
Yeah,
it's
there's
not
some
false
really-
advertising, it's a real program. And if a buyer called you up and said, wait, I don't know what that is, can you explain it to me? Are you represented by an agent? Yes, I have yes, and these are little cheat cards, are great.
Yeah,
Your managers may
your
have them.
office and your marketing department, your branch should have these. They're nice, sort of heavy, shiny cardboard little cheat sheet postcards. And it's, advantages to a seller, guidelines, advantage to the buyer is on the other side with, more of the fine print of what has to happen. But this is an exclusive Howard Hanna program.
And
Embrace
even
it.
our logo says exclusive Howard Hanna program.
Yeah.
So it really isn't false. It's your mindset. Whatever you believe, your client will believe. Whatever you don't believe, they won't believe. So if you can understand this program, you can get past feeling like I remember feeling a little like that myself, Marnie, when I first heard about it. Now I'm a big believer in it. And I want to work with Howard Hanna agents most of the time, because most of the time it's going to make a smoother closing. We all work for the same company. It's just faster. It's easier for everybody. Do I work with other agents? You bet. Are there other agents from other company I like? You bet. There's some I love, would work with them anytime I had the chance. Can they use this program? No. Why? Because they don't work for my company. So what do I say to them? Hey, if you want in on this, I know a way. Go talk to this manager. We'd be happy to bring you on board. So
Maggie?
that's what I say to those agents. Jens?
What's the percentage, kind of like out of your experience, when you work with those Howard Hanna other agents, the buyer agent? What's the percentage of people they will take that 1% and buy that guarantee?
Very small, teeny tiny.
Less than 1%.
But it's still a good program,
Right.
even though it's not used. It's not
I understand the concept.
activated.
I
It's a
understand the
great-
concept that you want to keep it in-house, mostly having both agent from the same agency doing this in-house. Absolutely, I understand the concept.
Yeah, Howard Hanna does a lot for you to help you have market share. Market share is really, really important. As you become a more seasoned agent, you will really start to see the value of market share. The more homes that sell in your area by your company brings you as an individual more business.
Mhm.
So
I have a very savvy seller.
Yeah.
My first listing, and he signed off on this. And I have, when I got my advertising and saw it on on the Howard Hanna website and such, it has the 100% money back guarantee, the yellow logo, stamped right on it for buyers to see. And, it was a selling point for me, and it was my very first listing. So, I mean, I think it's a great program. It gives a peace of mind. But, we were upfront with anyone, and most agents who've been in agents for, a year or more are well aware that that is a Howard Hanna program and not, for the other brokerages.
yeah, they don't understand it, but they know they can't use it.
They know they can't use it.
Right.
That's a good point.
Do I have to offer to every client then? I have to offer like the same as the insurance for the with Kevin?
Anything you offer to one client, you must offer to every client, period.
And I know in our paperwork, it's a sheet that and I think this is true across the whole state, that the seller has to check the box, yes or no, on the home warranty and on 100% money back guarantee.
And then if they don't use it, there's a waiver that they must sign. You can't, you must have one or the other. Either the program is signed or there must be a waiver. You must have one or the other.
The onus, because I'll tell you, we didn't have that form when we first rolled this out. And some agents just didn't understand it, so they weren't explaining it, so they weren't even putting it on the table. And then the client found out after the fact that it existed and we're not happy. So you need to be conversant enough in it to be able to explain to a seller, these are programs we offer to you. It's up to you whether you opt in or opt out, but you have to either opt in or opt out.
So automatically, basically now, it's automatically in every contract you do, it's in there.
Yes,
or
it has to be in there. Your admin, if your admin is checking your paperwork or your manager is checking paperwork, yes, it needs to be in every single deal.
And speaking of contracts and your admins and checking all your paperwork, if you have a buyer's appointment, if you have a listing appointment, who should know?
your manager.
Your manager.
Yeah, you manage.
If you write an offer or you're writing a listing contract, who should know?
Manager, of course.
If you've submitted, you're putting something in the MLS, who should know?
Your manager.
Is there a trend here?
Yeah.
Whatever you are doing as a new agent, your manager needs to know you are doing it.
Because he's reliable for us, basically.
He's your broker, and it's actually his listing. It's actually his buyer or hers. And this is how you keep out of trouble, because you don't really know what you're doing yet. And so your team starts with your manager, your loan officer, your coworkers, Jen, me, Natalie, your education team. If you have a
Your
mentor,
admin,
coach,
your admin right
your
in the office.
admin, your attorney, these are people who are on your team. And you can say with absolute confidence, I have a team of people I bring with me, myself, and my team of experience, which is over 150 years worth of experience. Make sure you know what those years are. Add them up. I bring this team of experience with me to every listing, to every buyer. I have other people on my team to help me be successful. So they need to be, your managers need to be called once a week by you. Do not wait for them to call you. You call them, tell them good news. I made 10 calls today. I put 5 people in my database. I got a listing appointment. I got a buyer's appointment. Can you go with me? I'm working in an open house. I'm placing an ad on social media. I sent out my letters to say that hey, I'm in the business. Your manager needs to know what you're doing, because guess what? When they know you're working, they're going to help you. If you're sitting on the couch eating bonbons and binging on Killing Eve, guess what? They're not going to help you. Jody's laughing at me. So I really need you to communicate. I understand this. Jen and I say this all the time. Go back to your manager, go back to your manager, go back to your manager. We don't want your manager to be your friend. We want your manager to be your guide, your director, your cruise director, if you will. We want them to know everything that you're doing so that they can help you craft your career. And you can't do that if you don't have a relationship with them. And
Maggie?
if that manager's not good for you, go find somebody else within the company. Yes, Jens?
Maggie,
Oh,
just
was it you,
a
Keith? I'm
question.
sorry.
Yep, sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay. So I clearly see the value for the buyer, the insurance. I see that. So I'm going to flip it for a minute. So what would be the disadvantage to the seller for agreeing to this, other than the 6-month signing of this, of the
That's it.
Is that
That's it.
in their mind would be the disadvantage?
Yeah.
Am I missing
And if that's a disadvantage, you haven't sold yourself.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's not the failure on the seller, that's failure on you. So this
Yeah.
is why I say you have to have a personal value statement. What are you going to do? Because if you're going to tell them what you're going to do and they're going to buy into that, then guess what? They sign this without blinking
Right.
because they want to work with you.
Yeah. I was just
So-
trying to envision what the obstacle might be in their mind.
That is it. That's it. It's a
prepared in
6-month
advance.
listing, and they only
And
are
commission.
afraid of a 6-month listing if they don't believe in you.
And
And commission. It's
Um,
commission. It really boils down to insulating your commission.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Listing with benefits, sell with confidence. It gives reassurance. We've talked about all of this. It gives buyers confidence. You're going to get these so you can look these over. It results in selling the home faster as a rule. And it shows Howard Hanna that they believe in the house. They believe in the value we've assigned, which, by the way, when you're first pricing houses, I know agents who've been agents for 5 years who still don't feel comfortable with their pricing. take it back to some other people in your office and say, listen, I got 123 Maple Street listed. I'm going to list it at 225. What do you think? Do you think that's a good price in today's market? Ask people who are selling. Yeah, that's a good call. I asked everybody in my office when I was my first listings.
They'll all have an opinion.
And they will, but they would, if they thought it was too high or too low, they would tell me. Or they'd say, yeah, no, you did a good job. That's a good price. I think that's a good price for this house.
So
I asked for everybody's opinion.
Quick question. I mean, do you think it's kind of like a good idea? Because, you know, honestly, me taking these tests and looking at it, and they were talking about, you know, doing CMAs and all this other stuff. Do you think it'd be smart? I mean, I would prefer to have somebody that's been through the progression already, kind of, you know, see if I could get them to maybe aid and abet me and go with this and help me out my first time doing this instead of just kind of jumping in.
So it depends on your personalities. So some of us are leapers, and we're just going to go off that high board and right into the deep water, and we're going to see if we drown or if we sink or whatever. But ultimately, it's a great idea to take a mentor or a manager with you to those first appointments. So before you do that, find out, is there a financial implication and what is it? So if I have $0 and I have $100 and I got to give somebody 50 of that $100, right, which is more, 0 or 50?
Well, no, I get what you're saying. You know, I mean, everything.
Well, but I'm trying to make a point. $0 is $0.
That's right.
If you get somebody else involved who can get you almost guaranteed to some amount of money,
that's right.
It's worth it.
It's better than nothing, and you get the experience.
Yes, and so talk to your
manager. Well, that's the point I was getting at, because honestly, Mike Hamilton, you know, is going to be my broker, and honestly, he's been really like helpful with me, you know, and honestly, he's really been helping guide me, because it's like right now, the further I go, it's like, you know, he's been leading a blind horse kind of in. So I'm learning kind of exponentially with everybody.
And he knows that. Mike is a great teacher. Yeah. He's a great resource for you. You know, that's what he's there for. So absolutely. And ask him, say, you know, I need help pricing this house. I need help with everything. I mean, you're going to need help with everything. If you start asking Mike the same question 5 times, he's going to start scratching his head. If you ask 1 or 2 or 3 times, that's okay, because this is all new. Some offices have mentors that you pay them a referral fee for your first 3 deals, and you're sort of, you know, attached at the hip with them. Some branches do not have that at all. Some managers are super hands-on, some aren't. So again, you have to sort of know who's in your office, but absolutely your manager is your first point of contact, and they expect you to lean on them. They would much rather have you call them 5 times a day with different questions than be crickets and them never hear from you, because those are the people who are going to get in trouble because they just don't know what they're doing. They would much rather.
And I want you to get used to asking the financial questions. So if you help me, if you go with me on this listing appointment, am I paying you anything? And what am I paying you? And for a manager, it might be, no, I'm just going as your manager. Some managers may charge 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% to go with you. Even at that, pay them. Take them with you to get the listing. They might split it with you 50-50. But as a business owner, remember, you're independent contractors. You're no longer employees. You get to make those decisions, right? But you shouldn't ever make a financial decision without knowing what the financial repercussions of that decision are. So you need to make those decisions in the light and not go at the end, well, I didn't know I was going to have to pay you 50%.
That's a bad deal. Don't do that deal.
Well, don't do that deal. But just the same, you have to get over your fear of asking financial questions. It starts with your first time. So if you're going to ask somebody for help, ask how's that going to work?
Right. What's in it for you? What's in it for me?
Right. My whole thing is I'm I promise you, I'm very versatile in the business, especially doing construction and the things I've had to go through. So I'm not opposed to having these conversations. I just, in my mind, I just
Oh,
didn't
but
know.
Mike,
If
we're
it was
not just talking to
practical
you.
doing
I'm
it.
talking to all of you.
Yeah.
All
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, Doris?
I was gonna dovetail on what Michael had just said. He talked about having someone come with him. Some
Yep.
people learn by observing someone in action. What
Right.
about Michael going and maybe the manager or a seasoned, employee at, one of those meetings, he observing them? Is that more common?
It depends on what office you're in. So it really depends where you are, what the culture is in your area. So you've got to ask those questions, but ask those questions. Ask, can I shadow? Can I shadow? Can I be there and shut up and just watch you? Can you be there and help me when I don't know what to say? I went with an agent as a mentor on a listing appointment, and we had practiced and practiced and practiced, and we got about 10 minutes in and she burst into tears. She was bawling her eyes out. She got so nervous. She's like, I'm sorry, she can just handle this thing. And she lost it. And the seller was so kind and so gracious, and he said, you're doing great. I want to work with you. He loved her. And she did a great job selling her house, but it was so important to her. And she was such a perfectionist. She psyched herself out completely and she lost it. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, I'm like, so I'm just tapping her on the shoulder while I'm talking to the seller saying, so what we're going to do is this. And she's great. She's awesome. And I'm going to be right behind her and we're going to take care of everything and everything's going to be fine. He goes, I'm fine with her. I love her. And she did a great job, sold his house the first week. We did a great job, and it wasn't quite the seller's market it is right now. So it's, you can screw up and still get the listing.
Yeah, there are some managers out there who want you to jump off the diving board all by yourself. I don't necessarily subscribe to that. If you're not comfortable, you should ask for help and have somebody either go with you or something. But there are managers who are out there who are just like, just go do it. Get the paperwork signed as best you can. We're an attorney state. That's why I look at it. The attorney looks at it. You look at it. And yeah, so there's lots of right answers to that question.
When I first started, I worked for a different broker and they were a jump in. My legs were shaking so hard that I think they thought they were having an earthquake locally. But I got the listing. It was an expired listing. I got the listing. I sold the house in the first 6 days. It expired 3 times before I got there. So, I had no idea what I was doing. I had practiced, but I still had no idea. And I still got the listing. So you guys can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. But it's great if you can shadow. And it's great if somebody will go with you. If you can get that, that's great. If you can't, the thing is, you can't be so verklempt that you don't act. You've got to act. You have to pick up the phone. You have to have conversations and you have to go and have those conversations with people to get business, or you won't have a business to get to. So you got to be brave. If we were in person, I would say, everybody on your feet. Stand up, Superman pose, okay? I would get you standing on your feet because there's 2 kinds of realtors in my world. They're fearless and they're fearful. One of you succeeds. Guess which one?
Obviously fearless.
Fearless. Karen, did you want to say? Yeah, you got to be fearless. Does that mean you don't actually have fear? No, you can be scared out of your mind. Just do it anyway. Just do it anyway. And what you're going to find out is if you're brave and you try some stuff that you're uncomfortable, and Jen was talking about being really uncomfortable, get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and you're going to have a blast.
And be honest.
Yeah, we always be honest.
Don't lie. Be honest with people. It's okay to say, you know what? I am new. I have this team of people behind me to support me. Because I'm new, I'm going to have more time to devote to you.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid to have that conversation with people. Don't lie.
Yeah. My first listing, I was going up against 2 heavy hitters. Very, very, very well known, did millions and millions of dollars worth of business. She had appointments with them. I went in, I said, I'm brand new, it's my first listing. No one will ever work harder for you than I will. This is the most important listing of my career. This will set the tone for everything I do going forward. I will work my ASS off for you.
I love that line.
Which one?
The whole thing right there. I loved it.
That's what I told it, and that's what she said. I love you. You're it. I'm not even gonna meet with Robin and Teresa. She said, we're done. You're my agent. And I said, I'm gonna work. But guess what? I meant every single word of it. Most important listing of my life. Got me out the door. Got my name on a sign. For God's sakes, I had a sign. I put it in the yard for finally. You know, the ink was barely dry on my license. But I sold her house and we're still friends and it's lovely. You know, so just get out of your own way. Just get out of your own way. Because that's the agents who don't do business. The only difference between them and the agents who are doing business is they're in their own way. I talked to a realtor in an office who said to me, well, you know, nobody wants to list right now with COVID. So I asked her, in your office, how's Tiffany doing? Because I knew the answer. Oh, I think she's going to close 10 million this year. And I said, what's different between her clients and your client? I said, she works in the same neighborhoods that you do. She works in the same area. She works in the same office. She has the same manager. What's different is her. So what is it about her attitude that you could adopt and make part of you to make you get some listings? Excuses don't really help you. All right, let's see where we got to go. Money back guarantee guidelines, get that card. Buyback, we're not going to go into all this. Buy before you sell. Buy before you sell, that's a first priority product. As Jen said, it is a bridge loan. So you're going to get this, read this. This is a nice program. It helps give some people, especially people who are a little bit older, who have equity in their home, who are moving up or moving down, gives them, they can go buy a house before they sell the house they're in, which in a seller's market makes people feel more comfortable. So this is a very valid program right now. Very, very valid. They must have 70% equity. First-time home buyer program. Our first-time home buyer program is not to be confused with a first-time home buyer grant. That is done by a savings and loan. And that's where they've got to put a certain amount of money away every month for 10 months or 18 months or 2 years. That's a very different program. But we do have a first-time home buyer program. Yes.
That the grant that you're just referencing is the First Home Club that no longer exists.
Did it stop?
It does. Yep. They've evolved it to the Home Buyer Dream Program, which is now an upfront dollar amount up to $10,000. You don't have to do a savings program at all.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought that was a great program. You'd put in like $1,682 or some crazy thing, and you get just short of $10,000 grant.
Yep.
And you all should be aware of what grants are available in your area. There's all kinds of grants. Your cities may have them. Your schools may have them. I live near University of Rochester. They have what's called a 333 grant. If you work there for a certain amount of time, you get 3% for a certain neighborhood and 3% from here and 3% for there. It's 9% grant. It's awesome. So learn about those.
Where can we find where those grants are?
Guess who? Loan officers. And in Rochester and Western New York, we have a Pathstone, which is a grant collaborative. They can tell you about a bunch of different programs. There's lots of growth. In your area, you may have, your region may have grant programs. We haven't had one in a while, not since COVID. We'll probably get back to that soon.
Ask your manager too, because the manager may know of other agents who have come across certain grant programs. But yeah, I would say first priority rep is the first place to go.
And then ask some of your local community savings banks and things like that for things like that. There's first responder grants, there's doctor grants, there are a lot of grant programs. There's city grant programs, there are national grant programs. There's a lot of stuff out there. Although
We've
it can
got
be harder
15
to buy in
minutes.
yeah, I'm going.
I'm doing a time check.
All right, designed home, I don't even know. These hardly get used. I'm gonna pass on this. Sunday Showcase of Homes, we have it in Western New York. I don't think you have it in Eastern New York. It's great. It's 30 minutes. You get like 2 minutes to spotlight your house, and they go through the video. The photos that you took become the video that they produce with a voiceover. Hi, welcome to 123 Maple Street. This charming home on a cul-de-sac has, and it's a nice little presentation brought to you by Marnie Serrato. You know, and so it's a really nice little thing. And it's funny, I had a fast start agent who decided to buy into the program and made sure he had a house on there, or at least his name on there in some way. And one day he was after he'd been an agent for about 16 months, he walked into a grocery store and somebody says, I know you. And he said, you do? And he's like, they're trying to place. He goes, oh, I know. I see you on television every Sunday. He became a little local celebrity because he was on every single week. Homes of Distinction, we talked about that. This is a great program. If you have aspirations of working in a luxury market, learn about it now and start finding out what you need to learn to become a home of distinction. This is not something you just decide to do. This is a program you have to qualify for.
Yeah, you actually have to have had a listing of 750 or over to even begin to qualify.
Yep. So it's not an easy market to break into, but for some people, for some new agents, this is their sphere of influence. And so they, and I've known a few of them, they came into the market, the lowest prices house they were ever going to sell would be 400,000. Lucky them. Commitment to ours, it's not what most of us get, to be honest, right? However, please remember that as realtors, you have the opportunity to put low income first time home buyers in the first home maybe their family has ever owned. Please do not dismiss the opportunity to make that dream happen. I will tell you right now, the lower the list price, the harder the work, the more struggle it is to get it to close. It's worth every second to see somebody who has sacrificed everything to get that first home. The reward to you as a person, as a human being, will never be greater. So if you sell those big homes, think of it as an opportunity to help you pay for the aggravation of selling it, that first time home buyer home, to somebody who really, really wants a home, and maybe no one in their family's ever done it. You get to change the world. You are the backbone of the economy as realtors. If you don't think that, you're wrong. Realtors are the backbone of the economy, home ownership. Providing market differentiators, new products, ideas, services. We drive more leads to you. There are leads at Howard Hanna. There are real, honest to God leads for agents who know how to convert, which means to take a phone call and turn it into an actual client, a paper client, and turn them into writing offers and getting listings. People who can convert from a buyer, from a call to a buyer or a seller, there are leads for you. And if your manager who knows who you are and that you are working your business as a business professional, guess what? You'll get some of those leads. We have great tools to help you get search optimization, which means if your website's out there, you're going to get more hits than the other agents, because Howard Hanna has a great system. Out of all of the websites that are out there, what's the #1 website people go to look up houses?
Realtor.com.
Howard Hanna.
That's the second one.
Zillow.
So everybody above us is a search engine. Zillow, Realtor.com, Trulia, Movado. #9, it's Howard Hanna. Below us is Remax, who is a bigger company. And then it's a whole bunch of search engines again, and then it's a very long time until you see another company, privately held company website is in that list. So we have the best website, not search engine, website for home ownership. It's a pretty big deal. We have open to close, big fan of, Real Scout, Realtor.com, Rapid Response, Buy Side, Engage. These are all tools and things that we're going to be talking about over the next couple of days. Agent call to action, those are buttons that you can put on things that, you know, call me to find out how much your home is worth. Call me to find out, you know, this thing or that thing. We have call to action buttons, which get people to respond directly to you as an agent. We're going to talk a lot more about that. Make programs work for you. So we're going to teach you over the next 12 weeks and over your career. You're going to learn more and more and more about this stuff. How to use a Howard Hanna presentation, how to outline your benefits for your listings and your sellers, and how to sell yourself. So that personal value statement. Got to have your personal value statement. Questions?
I have one.
Yep, Max, what's up?
So do you think that even if you are not 100% sure right now about everything, exactly how the whole process goes, do you think it's still a good idea to get that marketing out and try and get that first listing?
You betcha.
So if
Because here's the truth, Max, there are realtors who've been in the business for 20 years that don't know.
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
So if you wait until you know everything, we call that getting ready to get ready to get ready.
Yeah.
And that's what most realtors do. And guess what? They die on the vine. So use your team to support your actions.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, don't wait. Don't wait. You're licensed. Start shouting that from the rooftops.
All right. Sounds good.
Just get out there. Don't be afraid. And
You got us to back you up.
Yep. Yeah. But to get that manager involved, get that manager and keep that manager involved. Everything that you're doing. And I want you to call them with good reports. One of the good reports you could call them with this week is, hey, I started Fast Start.
I sat through it all.
I sat through it. It was long. They made me do it for 4 hours. It was horrible.
And
but I
yes,
did it.
Kathy, these will all be recorded and they will all be uploaded onto the Howard Hanna Education YouTube channel that you do need to subscribe to. It will take today's probably will not be uploaded until probably late tomorrow.
Probably, yeah. I'll do it. I'll do my best to get it up as quickly as possible. It's not an instant thing. It's a pain in the neck. But I will get it there as quickly as possible.
And also by tomorrow, we will share with the group via your email the PowerPoints and any other handouts that maybe we've talked about today.